so proudly revealed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, their bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home and the
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Talladega. It's Alabama tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And look, it's super speedway racing, 2.5 mile track, just a little bit better, 2.65. And man, do we have a heck of a show coming at you here tonight from the K&N series of Blazing Pedals, brought to you tonight by trjkarting.com. My name is Chris. Joining me, as always, my good friend, Rick Hammond Jr. Rick, how are you, bud?
Well, after a nice 70-plus degree day here in Vermont, buddy, knowing that Talladega was on the schedule for tonight, I am doing fantastic. How are you?
I'm ready to go. Getting ready to turn it up, to be honest with you. This is the kind of track that I always look forward to. The speeds here, almost 200, maybe just a little over, sometimes 200 miles an hour. Even with these cars, if the draft is working correctly. And that's something that we're going to have to be watching for tonight, Rick, because if the draft doesn't work correct, there's only one thing that's going to happen.
And that's going to be the big one.
It is going to be the big one, and I'm a little nervous about that, but we're gonna see. Let's take a peek here at the point standings as we have them right now, and oh, that one didn't take. I don't know why. Okay, hold on one second. We're gonna fix this. We're gonna fix it, Rick, because it's not right.
Oh, that would be a good thing.
Okay, there she is. Look, we've got 4 drivers that are locked into the chase by virtue of win. That's Dalton Kilroe, Jamie Walker, Derek Paulson. Then there's a space. Last week's winner, Jason Powell, sitting in 5th spot. Between 3rd and 5th, you've got Taylor the Butcher Benjamin. After that, you've got Corey Sherman, Adrian Pedro, Ryan Walsh, Rick Thompson, Brian Dees, Brad Collins, Ian Habiak, Hank Caston, and Aaron Bockover on the top 14. And of course, 15th and 16th, Blake Decker, Brian McRae. Then you've got that cutoff line. And Rick, that cutoff line is indicating you are not going to make it into the chase if you're below that line. And the first guy there, Terry Foster.
Yeah, Terry's got a little bit of work to do, Chris. You know, I think it's going to come to him. And I mean, we still have quite a few races here. Well, actually, not quite a few, but we do have a few. And we'll see what happens.
Yeah, actually, we do have quite a few. I mean, this is race 11 tonight. Again, going to have stage racing. So let's take a peek at that. First stage going to end on lap number 3. Excuse me, lap number 33. That'd be a quick stage, Rick.
That'd be a very quick stage.
So we'll update that information and get this back in here. And I believe that I want to make sure I know who Terry was thinking about doing. And he is in here. So we can go ahead and get Terry up here and get ready for that walk down pit road.
Let me scroll all the way to the bottom to find him here.
And Terry Foster, I don't want to jump scare you, but
you're fine.
But here we are, brother, getting ready for that walk down pit road. And here you guys are coming on out. Actually, you're out on track right now.
I know. Are we live?
Oh yeah, we're live. I don't know what you're doing.
You're live on the air.
I want Jason Powell if he's here.
All right, I think we can do that.
Maybe. I just got to find him again here.
A couple of your teammates just went off track there, Terry.
Yeah, Corey was pushing just a little too much.
We need more teams here at Blazing Pedals.
That's true. We do. It'd be nice to have a few more teams with 4 or 5 cars.
No. that was complete sarcasm.
I think it'd be cool to have more teams to it.
Yeah, I just had him. Where did I put him? Oh boy.
Oh,
come on
now you lost him.
I threw him somewhere.
Come on.
Oh boy. This ain't gonna be good for Mr. Powell. I don't know what team he's. There he is. He's okay. He moved himself back. I don't know what's going on. There you go.
Oh,
all right, Terry. There you go, buddy.
Jace got me.
Yeah, I got you.
Hey, buddy. I usually don't do interviews twice in one same person and week after week, but I have to. Last week, buddy, what a hell of a win that was, and you came in here talking about how you was going to run last week. Please walk us through that again.
Yeah. I kept. I had the wrong strategy, and I kept thinking, well, I'm gonna, save tires and just fall to the back and not worry about racing until late in the race. And it was just digging myself in a hole. And finally, last week I said, well, I'm going to start racing from the very first lap and not fall back and not save and just run as hard as I can. Well, almost as hard as I can, and it worked out.
Well, here's my view. This is one reason I wanted to bring you in here. At one point in the race, you and I were mid-pack. I think you might have been in front of me, but we was hanging in together pretty good. And for some reason, man, I looked down my relative meter with like 15 to go. Jason Powell, 3 seconds behind me. I was like, how in the world did he do that? And now he's the leader.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I took tires there towards the end. I think 60 laps to go, and I knew when we come off that pit stop, if I could stay in front of Derek, and that was the whole key. So he pushed me way harder than what I wanted to run that last 60 laps, and it was like running qualifying laps every lap. So we was going as fast as we could.
Well, Chris and Rick, you heard what he just said a minute ago about digging himself in a hole. I think I want to fall in that hole and coming out smelling like he did.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna dig yourself a hole and then end up winning, I hate to see what would have happened if you didn't dig that hole. But yeah, Jason, last week, an excellent race for you. What do you got planned for tonight? Do you have somebody you're gonna be able to work with? What's going on?
Well, I can't let out all my secrets, but
Yeah, you can. I
I
won't
think
listen.
You can just answer that with a yes or no.
I think me and Dakota might try to get together and see what we can do. We're just gonna kind of play it by ear.
All right, bud. Well, listen, good luck to you here tonight, and get up on the wheel of that number 18.
Thank you very much, guys.
You're right, buddy.
Bro.
See you, Terry.
Yep.
And Terry, we talked last night. I know you got something up your sleeve. We'll leave it at that.
That strategy has changed.
It has. I knew that was going to happen. I'm happy because I don't know if you could tell in my tone last night, but I wasn't thrilled with the strategy you were going for.
Yeah, we talked about it today, and we also done a practice. So we did change our strategy for tonight. I think it's gonna be better suited for the four of us to get out here and run and be able to keep up with the pack.
There you go, and of course that strategy coming out of TNA Motorsports, along with Terry Foster, who just joined us for this little walk down pit road. Terry, thanks very much for coming on out.
Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you later.
Good luck, buddy.
All right, good luck,
Thanks.
buddy.
Uh-huh.
That is the driver of the number 86 here tonight, Terry Foster, who, Rick, he actually joined me up in the booth last night. It was a lot of fun.
That is awesome. Yeah, I was a little busy there yesterday and, in a little bit of pain getting a lot of stuff done around the house. So took a night off from iRacing and all gaming all together. But, Terry, what he needs to do, he needs to work with his teammates. Okay, he needs to qualify with them. I mean, that's like the huge thing. I mean, now we have an open qualifying, Chris, so it's going to be real interesting here at Talladega to see how this works out. Now, you want to go out there with your team, so that way you kind of, you'll be close in time, so hopefully you won't have to work through the pack too much. And, of course, the biggest thing to do is make sure you get a good qualifying spot, miss that big one, and come out at the end. I mean, it's Talladega, baby. You can start at the end of the field and be leading this thing within just a couple of laps if you work the draft just right. And let me tell you, I've been looking at a lot of these ARCA races that have been going on this week on iRacing, and these ARCA cars are awesome here at Talladega. One issue that I've been seeing, and of course we do have a modified fixed setup here, so it's a little different than the baseline that iRacing gives these guys for the fixed races, but I see if you tap a little too hard, you're going to start going around or sending somebody else around. So something that these drivers really have to worry about tonight.
Well, that's something in the package. Even, a few weeks ago I did a Daytona race, and it was the same way. If you don't hit center on the back bumper, you're going to cause the driver ahead of you to go around. It's certainly not what you want to do, especially if that's a teammate. And hopefully these guys are very aware of that. I'm sure they are at this point. I know they've practiced some, so hopefully we have a clean race. But in the back of your mind, Rick, you have to keep saying, yeah, but this is Talladega.
Exactly. It's Talladega, Chris. I mean, these cars are going to be flying around this track here tonight, especially once they get nose to tail, and we know that we're going to see that. Now, the question is, how wide are they going to go? I mean, 2 wide here is not very common. 3 wide is going to be something that is going to be real interesting tonight, especially with the package on these ARC cars now. Of course, here at Blazing Pedals, we do still call them the K&N cars, just like Chris and I still say the Winston Cup and Busch Series. But it's going to be real interesting, Chris. I'm really happy to see the 68 Ryan Wash back out there on track tonight. I know he's missed a few races, but he's got that 68 4 to go. Check them out on Twitter, of course. It's the number 4 to go, TOGO. And I know his sponsor has been, working with him, and really good to see Ryan Walsh out there, and we got a good sized field, man. I think it's going to be real good here tonight.
Yeah, 32, 33 drivers, somewhere in that area. And you're right, Rick. We're going to have some special stuff happening here tonight. You just have to be careful. I can't stress it enough. Talladega, Talladega, Talladega. The big one, the big one, the big one. And that's what I keep coming back to in my mind. The more cars you have out on track, the bigger that crash can be. So you have to be very careful drafting here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Chris. I mean, that is something. Hey, Mark, I see you out there. Skills, I see you also in chat. But yeah, that's something that they really got to think about, Chris. I mean, okay, we know that the season, it started out really great. We had some bumps in the road, and then Richmond came in, and it was a beautiful race at Richmond. But then we go from Bristol, Richmond, now we're at Talladega, the biggest track out there and the fastest track. I mean, these guys are going to be hauling some serious butt tonight. And the big one, we know it's going to happen. I mean, Talladega, it's Talladega. If it doesn't happen, then all these guys deserve a shot at NASCAR. Get into that 42 car and just go.
Yeah. One thing I did want to clarify, Rick, you were talking about it just a little bit ago about these drivers going to 3 wide. Well, admin threw down a rule, and here we go. The Ryan Walsh going around, and good thing this is just practice as he goes around. Anyways, admin put down a rule today. So here's the deal. As far as I understand it, there will be no 3 wide racing until the final stage. Oh, last 10 laps of stage number 1 and 2. Okay. So it's changed a little bit from how I understood it, but the rule was implemented today. Now, the only difference there is if you're a slow car in the pack and the leaders are coming up on you, obviously you're going to see a little bit of 3 wide in that situation. Not racing though, it's just got to, you got to get past the slower traffic. So an interesting move. And then third stage fair game. I love it, Mark. So with those rules, well, listen, you're going to have enough room on the track to be able to race.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's just a matter of how patient are these guys going to be here tonight. It's not a short race, 2.6 mile track. It's going to be a bit of a drive here tonight. And I think some of these guys are understanding that as we get closer to that 10-minute qualifying session, that open qualifying session. And it's a track like this that open qualifying session is really going to be intriguing, because you think, okay, I'm going to get out there with my teammates. I'm going to run with my teammates, and we should have a very close time. Well, all it takes is another pack of cars to have the same time, and you guys get intermingled.
Well, that's going to be the real interesting thing, Chris. I mean, number one, I love the fact that we do open qualifying. It's going to get real interesting here to see how that works.
About a minute left here of the practice session as we get ready to go to the open qualifying that we were just talking about. And top guy on the speed chart so far here tonight is going to be the 76 of Rick Thompson, currently up on pit road getting ready for that qualifying session. Nico Kie in his number 9, second fastest. Noah Van Hoot in the 01 is running in third. Look at this. Terry Foster, Corey Sherman, Aaron Bockover, 3 TNA Motorsports guys right in a row, 4th through 6th.
Well, all 4, because Noah Van Hoot is also
Van Hoot,
with them,
yeah,
Chris.
that's right.
So, TNA Motorsports, they got it figured out. But like you said, Chris, it's going to get interesting with qualifying to see if they can stay there. I mean, that's huge. I mean, here at Talladega, you want to find, especially early in the race. I mean, we got 113 laps here tonight, which is going to be outstanding, man. I mean, you know me, dude. I love Talladega. And I don't know if you guys can hear the vacuum in the background. I'm sorry.
Nope.
But, that's something that these guys really got to think about, because you want to work with your teammates. It's the sole reason why you have teammates out on track. It's for tracks like this. I mean, it's fun when you're at Richmond or Bristol, but it does, the team stuff doesn't really come into play too much there. Here, you need those teammates. Now, as things go on, Terry might look at the Shermanator and say, hey, listen, bud, I'm way ahead of you. You're way back in the pack. I'm working with somebody else. So, I mean, a lot of things, but we're going to find out now that practice is over and we're getting ready to go to qualifying.
Yeah, we're definitely getting into that situation. A couple of cars have popped on, getting ready to go. Ryan Walsh looks like he may be the first driver to start getting on the track as he goes around the 92 coming out of pit road. So we got 10 minutes here, Rick, to kind of watch these guys get up to speed. It does take a little while to do that. Certainly their first live green flag lap will not be as quick as their second one. And then you get a chance to build from there because you have unlimited laps to run under this 10 minutes.
Well, that's going to be the other interesting thing, Chris. I mean, maybe the first couple laps not going to work out to your favor. Like you said, it's going to take a little while for these cars to get up to speed. It's going to take 2-3 laps, and then you really want to pour it on with your teammates. Now, if that doesn't happen, like you said, 10 minutes, let these guys go, and you're going to figure it out. But this is going to be the real interesting part as we see the 68 down on the apron right now, trying to figure out what he wants to do. But the guys that don't have teams, Corey Rutherford, I know, is one. Kyle Wellman's out there by himself. Travis McChesney. Those guys are going to, they have to talk in driver chat and try to find somebody to work with. And it's just going to get interesting. I love the whole fact that, in a way, it's kind of hard when you don't have a team. But if you can find somebody to work with, it only takes 1 or 2 drivers to really work with, especially if you can stay with the pack. But at the end, it doesn't matter if it's a teammate. If Terry's pushing the Shermanator or Aaron Bach over or Noah Van Hoot around, or of course Dalton Kilrow, he's got Nico Kiev, like Decker, Hayden Wheeler, those guys, they got to push each other, and then you just say, hey, it's the last couple laps, you guys are on your own, I'm out of here.
Well, right now a quick guy on the track gonna be Taylor the Butcher Benjamin, part of that Top Flight Computer Dr. Squatch team, and you see him, he's sitting in the third car spot there. So he's able to pull that draft, and when he does that, he gets a ton of speed, Rick. And that's the other thing too. You would think, oh well, the guy in front of me is faster. Well, no, not necessarily, as that 10 car is bringing in the draft, and he is getting sucked into that field. So he's gaining miles per hour a little bit quicker than those guys ahead of him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's something. I mean, you look at those 3 top flight guys racing. You got Brian McRae in the front, you got Derek Paulson in the middle, and then you got the Butcher following up behind. But right now, the Butcher is faster than McRae. McRae is actually making that hole, so he's got a lot more drag and everything on that car. Now, Paulson get a little bit better. That's why he's sitting in second right now. The Butcher, he's got a huge thing of air being cut in front of that 10 car, so he is a lot faster. Of course, he's going to have to drag the brake a little bit, try to stay out the back bumper so they don't start, causing issues. But, these guys, they got it figured out right now.
Yeah, and now it's going to get even more quick because they're catching a group of 3 cars just ahead of them. So now everybody catching some of the draft as they go to the second lane to try and get on by. It's going to give us an opportunity too, Rick, early on here to kind of see how that top lane is going to behave tonight.
Well, I mean, the rule's going to come into play, which I think is fantastic, Chris. I mean, 3-wide racing, we know what happens at Talladega. 2 lanes, you can sit there and you can race all night long with 2 lanes. When you add that third one, you get that car in the middle. There's so much disturbance there in the middle that it's really hard to drive there. I mean, you can do it, but it adds to the nerves. Now that's something else that I'm thinking about with this rule. Puts a little bit more pressure on the drivers to say, okay, you got to calm down. I can't go 3 wide as much as I want to. We got to do 2 wide racing until, the last few laps, 10 laps of a stage. And then, of course, like Mark said, that third stage, fair game. It's going to be go. So that's where, the guys got to make it. That's the thing. You got to think. You can't win the race if you're sitting on pit road. There's no fast repairs here. So you want to be very careful. You got to take care of your equipment. And Talladega, man, it already adds that pressure just for that. So it's gonna. I'm glad I'm glad I'm up in the booth and not a driver tonight. That's all I'm saying. As much as I love Talladega and I'd love to be out here with these guys, man, that pressure.
Yeah, I don't want to have to think about all the strategy that's going to be employed here tonight because, honestly, I'm tired, so I don't want to have to think. I just want to be able to call a race. Of course, here I am thinking about all the things that I would probably be trying to do. And, the other side of this, look, it's Talladega. Usually these guys have that tire rule. Not that big of a deal here at Talladega. Yes, you will get a little bit of a push on those older tires, but by and large, the banking will help you to turn. Tires may not be the key here, but I do believe, Rick, pit strategy will be.
Oh, that's going to be huge. I mean, that's the other thing that people got to think about. You're out there, you're running with your teammates, hopefully in the pack during the race. You also got to talk and say, okay, guys, I need to come in the pit. Either my crew chief's telling me that I'm running low on fuel, my car's not handling the way I need it to. I really need some new, and these guys are going to be switching around as I'm watching Brian McRae. That's exactly what these guys are doing. Brian McRae right now sitting on that pole. Derek Paulson is still in second. The Butcher moved down to third. But you got to worry about, you got to watch your temperatures, your water temp, your oil temp, everything on the car. You got to make sure that you try to keep it clean. That's another thing you got to worry about when you're trying to push another car, is you don't want to damage that front grille, which is going to cause your temperatures to go up in your engine, which of course then we know there's going to be a barbecue. But they also got to talk about the pit strategy. I need to go in, you guys need to come with me, because if you go in there by yourself, you're going to be screwed.
Yeah, exactly. And there's really no other way to say it. And it happens very quickly here. Look, anybody is capable of popping a motor here. So, and the draft doesn't help you with that. If you're on the back bumper for a few laps, you're going to overheat.
Well, look at, I think it was McChesney last week, Chris, at Richmond. The first lap, he blew his motor. I mean, he wasn't sure how it happened, but it happened. And I mean, that's why I get so upset when people are like, oh, you're on a super speedway. Super speedway is not racing. Well, let me tell you, there's a lot of information that you have to process while you're driving around these big tracks. And that sounds easy, but when you're in a pack of cars and you have 20, 30 cars around you, that's stressful, because you don't want to be the person that ruins somebody else's race. You're hoping that everybody else is trying to stay. And I mean, that's what I love about super speedway racing. One thing I like about it is that even if you qualify in the back, you can work your way up towards the front by mid-race, if not, before then, and you have a chance to win. But the people that say that super speedway racing takes no talent, well, I guess they need to do it.
I'm watching all the drivers on the scoring screen, Rick, and well, let's look at what we've got for qualifiers so far. 14 out of 30 plus drivers have taken to the track. That means a lot of drivers out there are wanting to start in the back.
Yep.
But the other side of that is there's so many drivers that aren't qualifying. You're going to end up in the middle of the pack. You're going to end up kind of all over the place. And you got to try and work your way to your teammate, either forward or back. That's another decision that's going to need to be made tonight.
But yeah, I mean, there's a couple big teams out there that I'm looking at. I mean, TNA Motorsports, we talked to Terry and we talked about them. They're not out there. They're not qualifying. You got the guys over at the TRJkarting.com team, Jamie Walker, Ian Habiak. Only two guys, but those two guys, if they work together, things can be great. Of course, Ian's going to have a huge step up on people who are using iRacing spotters. I mean, having that live spotter on a super speedway, having Dad there is going to be fantastic, man.
Although not in the same channel tonight, maybe. So it's going to be communication between drivers tonight.
It is to a point, but of course we know that Tim and Ian are in the same house, Chris. So basically what Tim said is that he didn't want to mess up Jamie as he was calling stuff to Ian in case Ian falls back or is ahead. So that's how they're going to have it split up now. So when we go down to, I wanted to tell you this too, when we go down to the live spotting channel, we just go in, join Tim, and we'll be able to hear what he's saying to Ian. That way we don't mess up Jamie, doing his thing.
Okay, perfect. And just like that, man, time is flying here. 8.5 minutes of this qualifying session are done with about 1:20 left. And I think, Rick, anybody who wanted to qualify has been out there. Brian McRae in that 35 machine. We see Dr. Squatch on the hood. He is part of the Top Flight Computer clan getting ready to roll. And man, what a good job by him. He's got the pole so far. Derek Paulson in second. Taylor the Butcher Benjamin so far in that third spot. McChesney, Caston rounding out the top five. Hoppy and Okie 6th and 7th. Bennett, Wellman, and Wash. The top 10 here in qualifying. Only 4 others: Wheeler, Decker, Kilrow, and Price.
Yeah, I mean, so that's the thing. So if people decided not to go out and qualify so they could start down towards the back half of towards the end of the field, well, there's a problem because half the field decided to do the same thing. So a lot of work going to be done by some drivers here tonight, but man, I'm excited about this. I'm ready to get this stuff going. I can't wait for the turn it ups, Chris. I love Talladega. I can't wait for that green flag to drop, and 113 awesome, beautiful laps here in Alabama at Talladega.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun out here tonight. And I want to thank everybody once again for coming on out. Looks like Brian McRae going to have the pole here tonight as we get ready to grid them up and get these cars blasting around this big track. Well, let's go ahead and kick it off because for all intents and purposes here, qualifying is done. On row number 1, your pole sitter tonight is going to be the number 35 of Brian McRae, to his outside teammate in the 6, Derek Paulson. Starting on the inside, third spot going to the 10 of Taylor the Butcher Benjamin, fourth over to Travis McChesney in the 85. Row number 3 going to be the 5 car of Hank Caston, and to his outside, Jacob Hoppy. Nick Okie and David Bennett are in row number 4. Row number 5, it's going to be Kyle Wellman in the 42, Ryan Walsh to his outside, and his number 68. Rick in row number 6, it's going to be Hayden Wheeler driving the number 4, to his outside, Blake Decker.
And on the inside of row number 7, multiple time winner so far here at Blazing Pedals, the 41 of Dalton Kilrow, on his outside, the 14 of Jeff Price. Row number 8 is going to consist of the 33 of John Perkins and Jason Powell, last week's winner, in the 18. Row number 9, on the inside, the 88 Jamie Walker, on his outside, the 54 of Christopher Tate. Row number 10, the 76 of Rick Thompson and the 22 of Brad Collins. Inside row number 11, TNA Motorsports driver number 44, Aaron Bach, over next to him, the 63 of Dakota Todd on the outside. Row number 12, Big Brian Dees and that number 17 machine is going to be next to Corey Sherman in the 3. Row 13, the 1 of Ty Morosco and the 86 of Terry Foster. Row number 14, the 01 of Noah Van Hook, going to be starting on the inside. On his outside, going to be the 46 of Fred Thompson. Row 15 is going to be, well, it says Tim Habiak, but I know he's not racing in that 999. But rounding out that field, Chris, Corey Rutherford in the 55. The 11 of Patrick Aberson is going to be starting in the the inside of row number 16. On the outside, the 16 TRJ Karting Toyota Camry of Ian Habiak. Row 17 is going to be the 7 of Chris Williams and the 73 of Casey Campbell. And that's going to round out the field, Chris. 17 rows of beautiful cars here at Talladega. And I'm kind of disappointed, man. I mean, you should have played that twangy song for the grid music here for the Alabama game. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, I wish I could.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's not too late, Rick. As we get ready to go here from Talladega, cars are starting to move for the first time here tonight. Getting ready to go to the green flag. Rick, I hope this is going to make you happy. I got it going on. Unfortunately, I can't have the car sounds too. But here we are, heading into turn number 1 is that pace car. And I gotta know, guys, when do you think out there in chat, when is that first incident gonna happen? Is it gonna happen here tonight at Talladega? I've got my thoughts, Rick. I'm sure you have yours. And I also want to know, who do you guys got for the win here tonight? It is gonna be full of different strategies to try and keep up with here tonight. That is for sure.
Well, you know, you're absolutely right, Chris. And I don't want to jinx anything. I mean, commentator Kurt, some people are superstitious, some people aren't. You know, I'm not out there driving in a green car, especially here at Talladega. So I don't want to talk about the big one. We know it's going to happen. I have a feeling I know when it's going to happen. But we'll just let it play out, man. And to pick a driver, it's so hard here at Talladega. I mean, you got strong guys. Dalton Kilrow has won, 4 races here so far. Jamie Walker has won a bunch. Jason Powell won his first this season. And there's a lot of guys up there. I mean, look at the top flight guys. They're right there in that front row. The only odd man out right now is Paulson on that outside, but I guarantee the 10 is going to work and try to let him do what he has to do. it's too hard to call
It is.
because anybody can win.
All right, we're going to kick the noises back on for these cars, getting ready to thunder through turns 3 and 4 as we get ready to go under the green flag here for the first time tonight. Stage 1 ends on lap number 33. Remember, they do lap 33, so it's really the beginning of lap 34 before the caution will come out tonight. Last 10 laps on stage 1, last 10 laps on stage number 2 before you can go 3 wide. 3 sets of tires, and in stage 3, it is anything goes for the win. Pace cars down as we get ready to go to the green flag through this long stretch here at Talladega. For the first time tonight, Rick, we're looking to go to the green.
And one thing I'm going to love, Chris, it's going to take a little bit for these cars to get up to speed, but everybody's mashing that go pedal right now. I mean, it doesn't look like they're doing much, but the flag man is waving that green flag, and these guys are letting the horses fly here at Talladega tonight with the blazing pedals. TRJ Karting, make sure you guys head on over to trjkarting.com. If you buy anything, let them know Rick and Chris sent you. And man, here we go.
Aero coverage tonight brought to you by trjkarting.com. trjkarting.com is your #1 online source for karting components, engines, and safety gear. They have a huge selection for the novice to the professional and a dedicated section for sim racers. No matter how you do it, your desire and passion to go fast fuels them. Their focus is to put their customers into victory lane. Make sure you check them out, as Rick said, at trjkarting.com. Give them a like on Facebook. Make sure you let them know Chris and Rick sent you. And man, Rick, this is exactly what I thought it was going to be. First group kind of stretching out just a little bit. Then you got another group behind them. And man.
Well, that's one of the things, Chris. I mean, Brian McRae started on the pole here tonight, but right now Derek Paulson moved down. And I knew that was going to happen. I figured that maybe the Butcher would let him in, but Paulson came down in front of McRae. Now the top flight guys are, taking on that inside lane, on that outside lane. Travis McChesney doing everything he can to keep Hobie right behind him, but Hoppy getting a little, it's tough when you're following around a car. And that's something, I mean, eventually if we go down into the cockpit view, people, out there in turn 3 racing lane will be able to see what I mean. But you don't see anything but the back bumper. And so, guys might look a little squirrely, but they're out there doing a good thing. And Chris, you're absolutely right. The field has kind of split already. I kind of, obviously I expected that. It's going to happen. Some guys are just trying to hang back a little bit just in case the big one happens. They're hoping that they can get through it and continue on.
And a question out there. Yes, there are going to be cautions here tonight, including the stage ending caution. So be on the lookout for that. That can change up a lot of things too, as the 85 McChesney and Hoppy run down to that second lane. And I'm going to tell you what, Rick, I think what we're going to do, you mentioned it, we're going to hop right into it right now on board with Hoppy so you can see his view up to the 85. There's not much to see there, Rick. It's a bunch of back bumper.
Yeah, and that's the one thing, that, you don't notice unless you're out there driving with these guys. And it's very, very tough. I mean, right now he's doing everything that he possibly can, running up towards the front. So his windshield's nice and clear right now. But if we go back to maybe, not McChesney, but if you go into Derek Paulson, he's kind of looking on the inside just a little bit. He wants to know where that yellow line is instead of just looking at the moving help back bumper there of the two.
See just how close they get as we pop into the front bumper of Derek Paulson. He's following Jacob Hoppy. Hoppy right now being scored in second spot, as Travis McChesney on the outside has a little bit of a head of steam.
Sitting here watching this front group of cars, Chris, I mean, Hoppy doing a good job out there. McChesney leading the pack around on the outside lane. He's got the 13 there of David Bennett right with him. And then Kyle Wellman and Hank Caston rounding out those 4 cars there. But do you know how much, I can't imagine how much discipline is taking the drivers, because it's instinct to kind of move out, maybe start that third line. These guys know that they can't do that. The rule has been put in place, so they got to hold it there.
Yeah, and that can be tough too. And Mitchell, thank you very much for coming on by tonight, bud. It was a real fun time last night. both getting to talk to you and watching you on track. That was a good time. So we got top 8 drivers basically running side by side. Then it's single file in that inside lane. Back to Jeff Price, who's the last car that's on that pack, and he has to be careful right now, Rick, to not lose that draft. He's about a second off from Dakota Todd, and that's about where you start losing the draft here at Talladega.
Exactly. I mean, if you could just imagine smoke going across the wind tunnel right now, that 63, Chris, it dips down in front of the 14. So the 14 actually, I would say, wants to get a little bit closer just to keep that draft, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. What I'm surprised about is how long the line is there on the inside, and only right now 4 cars on that outside lane.
Yeah, it's working, you know, and you don't want to do anything that's going to upset anybody at this point in the race. Kyle Wellman kind of hanging back on that outside lane to be the 5th driver in the second lane up, but separated himself a little bit and maybe trying to catch back up, but content nonetheless of just kind of running there, Rick.
Well, that's the thing, Chris. I mean, you know, yes, maybe he's not getting the amount of draft that he really wants, but he seems to be doing a good job as he's pulling up to the side of the 9 of Nick Okie in right now. So the side draft definitely working, but you're right. I mean, that's something that these guys really got to think about as they're going. I mean, Wellman doing a very good job on that outside lane right now, working his way up through. He finally caught the draft and doing what he has to do, but you want to hang back a little bit just so you can, you get, you know, cooler air on your car instead of being tucked right up, you know, in front of the car or to the car that's in front of you, because you're going to start getting warm water. You know, your oil temp's going to go up. But that's what these guys are doing, and you see them kind of moving, weaving in and out, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to keep their engine cool, and plus they want to see what's going on ahead of them, because if somebody makes a mistake, you want to have as much reaction time here at Talladega as you possibly can to make the corrective moves to try to get through the wreck.
Yeah, we've moved on back to the second group, Rick. It's being led by the 88 of Jamie Walker on the outside. To his inside, it's going to be Hayden Wheeler trying to fight back. Hayden Wheeler has the 68 of Ryan Walsh behind him. And Jamie Walker has his teammate, Mr. Ian Habiak.
Yeah, Ian's doing a good job working behind Jamie, just trying to, you know, give him a little bit of push. But that inside lane, there's a lot of cars there. Hayden Wheeler, you got Ryan Walsh, you got Dalton Kilrow. We have, who was that? That was Ty Morosco blinking a little bit there. Not what I would want to happen here at Talladega. Yeah. Aaron Backover probably like, oh boy, what's going on?
And then you got some T&A drivers out there, you know, so I think we figured out what their strategy is to run in the second pack. Maybe they're feeling like something's going to happen up front before anywhere else.
I know we're on lap 9 of 113, Chris. That stage is going to end at, what was it, lap 33, so beginning of 34. So, I mean, anything can happen as we get closer to those. I mean, guys are going to start making a few moves up towards the front that could cause, you know, an issue. Right now, these guys are doing a fabulous job here at Talladega.
Let's talk something else real quick, Rick, and we're going to talk about, well, we'll talk about McChesney right now as he is the race leader, but the one thing you don't hear enough about is if you're leading one of these lines, how much more fuel are you actually going through? And the answer is you're going through a bunch more. Yeah, I mean, you're the one who's punching the hole for all those cars that are behind you, and that's, you know, something else you got to think about. You know, McChesney doing a great job. He's leading right now on lap 10, but in 10-15 laps, you know, his fuel is going to go down more than the 13 of David Bennett, and so that's something that they definitely have to think about. Got one car up ahead. It looks like it has lost draft.
Decker.
And it is Blake Decker. And he is going to be in a world of hurt as the front train is starting to gather up. And it is going to look, well, in the immortal words of a certain driver, what was that? Was that the other cars?
Yeah, exactly.
And we do have some blinking up front, too. I believe that was Hoppy that was blinking a little bit. No, that was...
Yes, Hoppy is
blinking.
It
is Hoppy.
Chris.
Okay, yep.
And Blake Decker goes way down, Chris. Let that pack just go. I mean, that's very hard to do right there for, you know, somebody. You know, I would have tried to get in front of the leaders, but of course, Hoppy having a little bit of a blinking issue seemed to settle out now. But that's very dangerous for the field, Chris. I mean, drivers are already talking about it. His connection has stabilized, but Blake Decker doing the right thing, let those guys go by. Then he tucked in behind the Butcher. So kind of splitting that field up just a little bit there. Two drivers on the inside lane, got to try to get around them, but man.
Yeah, I just saw McChesney with a blink as well.
Blinking, yeah.
So
we have a new race leader, Chris, the 13, David Bennett, doing his thing up there.
yeah, Bennett's doing a great job. Race leader right now. Has not officially led a lap yet, but looking strong and looking like he's going to be able to with a little bit of help from Jacob Hoppy. Right behind him, Hoppy in the 2 car, giving a good solid push into the corner. And I think they're going to reconnect one more time here coming out of the corner through the tri-oval. And the 13 looks like he is going to lead his first lap of the night here at Talladega.
And I mean, we're going to be seeing a lot of this, Chris, tonight. I mean, that's one thing that I love about super speedway racing is, you know, work your way up through. You can lead a couple laps. You can back off, you know, try to save a little bit of fuel. Now, of course, you know, Bennett has been following around Hoppy and a couple other guys. So, you know, in McChesney. And now he's able to do it and have fun out there. Then he can back off a little bit, let somebody else take it. And, but man, what a bunch of great racing. As you see Paulson in the 6 right now trying to work his way around the 13 on the outside.
Yeah, Top Flight Computers Racing number the 42 going around. And I think the 10 may have gotten a little touch of him. And then all of the damage disappeared. Okay. Well, under caution, and it was the 42 of Kyle Wellman that goes around. Let's go back and take a peek, Rick. So the 42 hanging out on the top side. Oh, the 35 comes up, makes a little contact, then gets in the 10, and the 14 of Price as well. And somehow all the other drivers able to get around. So not the big one, but scary moment, Rick, coming from that front group.
A scary moment, Chris, but you know, there's a lot of guys who are hanging out down towards the back in that second group, especially, that are happy that they were hanging back a little bit right now.
Yeah, let's go ahead and kick on over to race control and see what they got to say about the whole thing.
Sorry, man. I'll write it down here in a minute. I gotta get this penalty up.
Here, a second.
All right, guys, that one was between the 35 and the 42. The 35 drifts up into the 42's left rear, spinning him around. It's going to be on 35, EOL, first strike. So that's lap 30.
All right, so as we saw it, it is going to be on the 35, and Rick, that is going to change a lot of things for the teammates here, because he's going to get separated from all of his teammates, having to go back to the end of the field, as everybody is going to clamber on down onto pit road, including your race leader, David Bennett.
It was funny, Chris, because I was looking at the flag man now, and iRacing said that they fixed the flag man, but let me tell you, I don't think I've ever seen somebody wave a flag as fast as I just seen that flagman wave.
It's a workout. It's a workout. You got to get on that flag. A lot of gas only fuel dumps and goes for these drivers, and I didn't expect anything less, honestly. Like I said at the beginning, tire's not that big of a deal here, as it is Talladega. I would save a set for the final stage for sure, because you know there's going to be action there. I don't know that you really need them after stage 1, Rick.
Well, you know, that's something that is on the driver's minds, Chris. I mean, obviously, new tires, yeah, it's great if you need to work your way up through the field a little bit. Okay, maybe you're sitting way in the back, you get fresh rubber, but you're absolutely right. I think, you know, especially this time by, everybody went in, got a little splash and go. That way they can make it, you know, I mean, we're almost halfway to the first stage ending there. We're on lap 15 of 113. So get that fuel, go out there, and you're right. I mean, I would definitely be saving 1 to 2 sets just in case. I mean, it's going to be a long stage ending there after the 2 stages will go by. So at some point, you might want tires, but not a huge deal here at Talladega. I mean, it's all about how you can draft and how you can save fuel. Those are the things that the drivers are really thinking about.
Yep. And we're going to take this moment, Rick, and we're going to go split screen. You're not going to miss any of the action as we bring you your first commercial break here from Talladega.
And we are back, man. Now, got to get a drink in, Chris. I mean, one thing, that's what about Talladega. You're not going to have a lot of time now. While that was going on, I actually heard from TRJKarting.com crew chief Tim Habia, Chris. Now, with there was a new tire model that came out last week. So these guys are only getting a good 30 laps or so, and then they start getting a little hairy at around 45. So that's something to be thinking about. Another issue out on track here that I'm hearing from race control, possibly. Now, we're at Talladega. Have you ever seen a night race at Talladega?
No, because they
no.
don't have lights.
They don't have lights. Now, right now, the server is set up to be at about 6. I think you said 6:30 or 6:50, somewhere around there. So it's already starting to get dark right now. There's, I'm guessing, cloud cover. You would think down in Alabama, they would have a little bit more sun going on, but that's something that we haven't really talked about. Usually, we're used to seeing the tracks be very, very warm and very slick. Well, right now that track temperature only 81 degrees, Chris. The air temperature holding steady at 76, as we see Jamie Walker, who has led a lap here tonight, go down pit road with his teammate Ian Habiuk. So Team TRJ Karting heading down for their service. And but yeah, that's something that's on everyone's mind now. Are we going to be able to still have good tires after lap 45, or are we going to be running this thing in dark? Now, one thing that happened while you were away, Chris, and we were away for the commercial break, the two of Hoppy not out on the racing surface right now. He lost connection to TeamSpeak. He lost connection to the service. So unfortunately, not the night that the two wanted.
Yeah, that's a devastating blow because he was one of the top runners, Rick. And yeah, we saw him have a couple of little blinks there, but we thought it had stabilized. Apparently not.
Nope, going to be very interesting right now. He is the 33rd car, place car out there. So not in the service right now. Obviously the laps are going to go down there, but the only other guy that is not on the lead lap right now, the 14, is Jeff Price.
All right, so we've got a couple of things that are looming here tonight.
As the sun's peeking out again on track, so that's a good thing for now. But 113 laps here, we still have, 97 left to go, Chris? And this is a big track, man. I mean, we've been watching.
Yeah. Well, like I said, 2.65 miles. And this could be... everybody's going to have to strap a flashlight to their hood to try and get around this track. Or we just let them go, Rick.
Well, I mean, we did this once before where, there was a mistake made. and we did restart the broadcast, but I don't know what's going to happen here. I mean, this is going to get real interesting, Chris. And honestly, I think it'd be kind of cool to play it out and just see how it happens, see how dark it really gets out there in Talladega.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, super speedway racing's so easy. You can do it in the dark, right?
that's what I've been told, but I don't think it's true.
I know it's not true because I do a lot of super speedway racing. And yeah.
Well, things are about to pick up here in Alabama as the pace car drops down. It's the TRJKarting.com Blazing Pedals K&N series right here on the Turn 3 Racing Network. I want to thank everybody for coming on out here tonight to watch these guys rumble in Alabama, getting ready to go back under the green flag. The 6-car Derek Polson on the outside, your race leader. Second spot, David Bennett, as we wait for Derek Polson to pull the trigger on that number 6 Top Flight computer car. And here we go. Green is out once again. Now we got to get him up to speed, Rick.
Yeah, and that's going to take a little while, Chris. I mean, and another thing that if you haven't noticed yet, the start-finish line very, very close to turn number 1. So these guys are really waiting for the green flag to come out and wave before they take off. It takes a few laps for these cars to get back up to speed. Right now, Paulson working that outside lane, doing everything he possibly can. As of right now, being scored as the race leader here as David Bennett on the inside. A little slower. He's kind of evened up right now with that number 54 car.
Well, as we start getting around this track at a very good rate, I think it's just about time, Rick. I think it is just about time. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching this on a phone, it is time to put that phone on 10. If you're watching it on a TV, crank that thing up to 100 because we're about to turn it up. ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to explain to you what just happened, because you might be saying, hey, that was the big one. And it was a big one, Rick, but there's a reason for that. Admins have decided that this race is going to DNF the whole field, because we're simply not going to have enough time in the server in order to complete this thing in the daytime, which means, Rick, we're going to load it up again with slightly different server settings and get this thing kicked off one more time. So it's going to be a late night here on the Turn 3 Racing Network. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're going to stick with us. Just know that we're probably going to have some commercials and stuff to kind of fill in some time. I will do everything that I can to keep you guys occupied while they are making this transition and server switch, and we're gonna have to go from there.
Well, you know, one thing I hope you use this time to do, Chris, is to get that twangy music to start playing. Okay, that's number one, because we are in Alabama and the Alabama gang deserves it. Okay, number two, normally I would maybe complain a little bit that we're gonna be a little late tonight, but number one, I don't have to get up and go to work tomorrow. Okay, number two, we're at Talladega, baby. I mean, Mark can put this thing at 1,000 laps, and I'm gonna be happy to sit right here with you.
Whoa. Okay, listen, let's not exaggerate. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, the drivers are gonna be hopping out of their cars, putting them back in the haulers, taking out new cars, and getting ready to go here on a different server again. Meanwhile, I'm gonna do everything I can to keep you guys occupied, and until we get to that point, we're gonna see on the other side. It's going to take just a few minutes here, I believe, to get the server up and running, and we'll be right back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just waiting for the server to get back up and running here, but I got the crew chief and spotter of the number 16 TRJkarting.com Toyota Camry up here, Tim Habiuk. How you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm doing good. I'm glad we're resetting. We had a little bit of misfortune there, so I'm happy.
Well, that's you got to kind of do it. I mean, you can't run Talladega at night. There's no lights, and even if there were, I mean, that would be kind of hairy anyway. So I think it's the right thing to do. Obviously, everybody got a really good start there to the race. We're going to start at 100% over. But how are the guys feeling out there? Of course, you are the owner of the number 16 and the 88 of Jamie Walker. Are those guys feeling good?
Yeah, they were. They actually had a really good pace through the race. Their lap times were really well. They're working together. It's. I'm glad to have them both on board. I mean, we're definitely getting some familiarity underneath their belts, working together for the first time. So they're setting good pace and looking forward to the rest of the race this evening.
Well, I bet they are, and you're absolutely right. I mean, obviously they've been teammates now for a couple of weeks, but dealing with Bristol, Richmond, not really tracks that you have to really work with your partner and your teammate out there. So tonight, really the first time that this is where it really comes down to play. And we watched them a little bit there on the broadcast where they did connect up and they were doing a good job. So I'm sure Ian's excited to have somebody out there to work with. I mean, you need that at a super speedway, and I think that's a really good matchup between those two.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's something, obviously, Ian's going to learn a little bit about Jamie's style and hopefully help him out in the, in the races to come, even not at Talladega. So, all around, I'm glad we were able to get Jamie on board and look forward to seeing how this race goes. Definitely, it is Talladega, so we're ready.
Well, that's perfect. Now, getting away from the sim side a little bit, you as owner of TRJ Karting down in North Carolina, you've been a huge supporter of Blazing Pedals, and of course, Chris and I, from where we were before we started Turn 3 and then continuing on with Turn 3. Why don't you tell the fans out there a little bit about, what your business and the type of things that you're doing? I know right now with the COVID stuff going on, obviously not a lot going on, but I know that you support a lot of drivers.
Oh yeah. I mean, actually, last week we've really been pretty busy because there's a lot of anticipation for racing to start opening up in the next few weeks to next month. So a lot of people are starting to actually starting to pick up. They want to get ready. But our business model has always been helping about junior drivers, and that's our main focus. We do have several sponsored drivers that are all under the age of 16. That's where we put our focus on teen and youth drivers. Typically those families that are racing, that's usually the ones that are hardest hit because, with kids, there's always, the whole disposable income deal and, the bills of just raising kids. So, whatever we can do to help them and help those families stay on track and stuff like that. That's what our attention's always been on and what's always going to remain on. Getting into the sim side stuff of our business, we do obviously sell. There's a lot of crossover products with gloves and shoes and stuff like that. That a lot of people purchase, but we are looking at adding other products in the future, including, simulation hardware and stuff like that. Hopefully here, more towards the end of the year. Right now, that business is kind of booming. So if I would have gotten the ground level a couple months ago, I think I'd be a very happy person. But right now, that's a little tough to get into. So hopefully, towards the end of the year, we can expand into that area a little bit more and offer all of our racers, the guys that do kart race and do sim race, true one-stop shop for everything.
Well, I mean, that's, obviously, I'm a huge supporter of you. I mean, I pretty much anything that doesn't have to do with a car, I own from you. And I'm proud to, sponsor and help you out with that because what you do is just amazing, Tim. And I mean, those young drivers, I mean, there's so many. I mean, obviously, I started following Ian a little bit. And then I there's so many more. Gavin racing out there. I started following him. Jaden Daniels, I started watching her. And it's just amazing on what you do for these young kids, man, to get them out there. And it's actually a joy for me to watch them and see them grow. I mean, Ian, we watched grow on the sim side from it feels like years now. but he's grown a lot and he's gotten very competitive, and it's just awesome to see. Now, one question I have for you: what does a cart usually cost from like the ground up?
Oh man, I mean that's if you're looking at the retail side of it, a brand new cart, with tires, wheels, engine, everything you really need to go to racing, you're going to invest about $4,500 into it. Karting is really one of those things that if somebody's starting into, we help so many, because I mean we're in the motorsports capital of the world in North Carolina, and I'm right in the Kannapolis, Mooresville. I mean, literally, you go up my door 2 houses down is Mooresville. Across the street, my neighbor's Mooresville. So we're right there in the middle of everything. And the biggest thing I recommend to people getting into karting is not to buy new, but to buy used. And typically somebody can get a used ride that's ready to run with an engine for about $2,000. And then they can invest what would normally be the money you put into a new cart into other parts, other consumables, other tires, stuff like that you're going to need to race for the whole year. If you wreck it, it's a lot easier on the wallet if you're spending half the amount of money on it. So, but yeah, I mean, that's one thing that we do is we help people get into this, and we will shop on Facebook for people to purchase carts and stuff like that. If that's something that they want help with, and just to make sure they are getting the right thing. We are a business. We are about making money. We are about, supporting the future of racing, but to help people get started responsibly is another thing that I take a lot of pride in, because anybody can write a blank check, but they'll be absolutely lost. So if we can get someone on track the proper way with a lot of guidance, stuff, we don't ask a penny for it as long as they just enjoy the sport. But we'll be more than happy to get people pointed in the right direction, no matter where they live.
Well, that's awesome, bud. Now the server is getting ready to go back up. I got one more question for you, though.
Yes.
I saw you have another son, Ethan, and I saw him turning some laps, man. How happy was he to get out there on the track?
That is the fourth time that we've had him on dirt. We had him on dirt a couple times 2 years ago, and he started 2-footing it, and you can't really do that with the gas engine. So we took him out 2 weeks ago, and then this last weekend, and it's awesome. I mean, he's picking it up so much that he's probably never going to be at a place where he can race, but to see him out there with other kids and getting off of there smiling and high-fiving other kids that he's out there on the track with, but even the adults, I mean, if he pulls that off in front of them, he won the race. That's all he cares about. And to see him, I mean, really to see that's awesome.
Well, that's what it's all about, brother. Hey, listen, so the race, I want you to get back down and get ready to do with your team. And I'm sure Chris is going to break in here at any moment once we get the YouTube side. But, man, thank you for everything that you do here obviously for Blazing Pedals and for Chris and I and Turn 3 Racing Network. It's been a great partnership. I hope it continues because I love you, man. I mean, honestly, you're a great person. And what you do for those younger kids out in the real world is just amazing. I'm proud to support you, and I want you to keep up the good work.
Oh, man, I appreciate it. And you have no idea what's in store once all this, COVID stuff gets by us. I mean, it's going to be phenomenal, the amount of stuff that we have in the pipeline. It's going to be really good.
Well, that's awesome, bud. Hey, listen, I wish you nothing but the best. Hopefully one of the TRJ karting drivers can get up towards the front there tonight, and we'll continue on.
Hey, there's no team orders on the last lap. That's all I'm going to say.
That's something that I talked to Chris about. You're absolutely right.
All right, guys.
All right, buddy. Thanks for your time.
All right, no problem. Have a good one.
All right, so there's been a little bit of delay, but we are getting ready to get it going one more time here on the Turn 3 Racing Network. They decided to kick off the event with a 15-minute qualifying. Not sure if they're going to advance it or not, but here we are getting ready to go, and we're going to just watch for a little bit. Rick stepped away for just a moment. I'm going to do the same. Guys, we're going to be back here on the Turn 3 Racing Network in just a few moments. All right, so here we go again. Going to get this thing going from Talladega in the middle of qualifying. Mark, no issues. You know, listen, I've been there before. It's just going to be a little bit of an extra long night here tonight from Talladega. And listen, track temperatures now are about what we were expecting them before. 112 degrees here at Talladega. Way better than it happens, bud. That 113, 112 range, that's what we're expecting for temperatures here in the middle of the day in Alabama. So that part is straightened out. Rick is still stepped away, and it's fine. He had,
I'm finally back.
Okay,
yeah,
Rick is
I
back.
had to go to the concession stand, Chris. I had to get a couple of grilled cheese and a Ray's energy drink because it is going to be a long night here. There we go.
Well, huh.
I'm not sleeping tonight, just so you know. So hopefully Mark put it to 1,000 laps. I'm ready to go, man.
Well, Mark didn't actually set it up, so Sam took care of. Oh, look at that! Something happened in my hand there. I up until this point, I hadn't had a sip. I was being good tonight. I was just gonna go to bed, but now we're gonna start all over.
We're gonna be boogity. We're doing some racing here at Talladega, man.
Oh, that's good, Rick. That is out of the new refrigerator. That is good. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's doing its job.
I saw that. Now, one thing we have to do, we have to get you a water connection so we can set it. Because let me tell you, I have a refrigerator that has the water dispenser in the door.
Yep.
And it is the best.
Mine's
The
inside. I just gotta hook it up.
I noticed that yours is actually on the, which actually I would kind of prefer. Well, maybe not. I have two young kids.
Here's what it does. It saves a ton of room for you on the inside of the refrigerator. You know, all that space for the controls on an external water dispenser. I don't have to deal with it. I don't have that.
See, mine doesn't have a lot of different controls. We do have an ice maker, but we have a bottom freezer in our refrigerator. So it's inside there. But just having that water, man, my girls, I mean, that's why I'm saying I'm glad mine's on the outside, because they would constantly be opening the door to get, water. And of course, you know how they are. They're young, 9 and 5.
Isn't
it 1 month,
funny what we talk about as we get a little bit older? We're like discussing refrigerators. You understand that, right?
Yeah. Well, okay. I guess that shows. Yeah. I mean, now I know what my grandparents dealt with when I was a young kid at their house, and I was always opening the refrigerator.
Yeah.
And my grandmother and grandfather would always say, Ricky. And yes, that's what they called me, Ricky. Okay? Ricky Bobby was named after me, just so you folks know. I am the original Ricky Bobby. But they'd be like, Ricky, you've already looked in the refrigerator 10 times. Okay, nothing new has popped into that refrigerator, so close the damn door. And I'd be like, okay, I'm sorry. And then 5 minutes later, I'd be opening it up going, what do I do? So now that I am older, and that is exactly what happens to all you young whippersnappers out there watching us here on the Turn 3 Racing Network, you'll be getting that way too. You'll be dealing with a thermostat, keeping it at a certain, that's one thing I'm glad about HVAC. Everybody thinks that our thermostat is real upstairs, but it's not. And everything's good.
Yeah, so I noticed one thing here, and that is that the paints did not load. So for just a minute here, we're going to see white cars. I'm going to see if I can get them back before we go back under the green flag. Not looking good so far. So, look, it's just going to go with the rest of the night, I think. Kind of odd that the paints aren't loading, but it is what it is.
And that's kind of strange, because I exited the service, went back in, and mine is showing up perfect. I don't know. Thanks, iRacing. Listen, Chris, huge news out of the iRacing camp today, since we're still watching a little bit of qualifying here. North Wilkesboro is going to be on TV next weekend for the final NASCAR race before the guys get back. I mean, number one, I'm excited to get the real cars back out on track, even though that my driver is not a part of NASCAR right now, but we're not going to get into that. But North Wilkesboro, we've been waiting a long time for this, so I'm really excited. I mean, I'm not really a big short track racing, but I can remember watching my hero, Dale Earnhardt Sr., drive his black number 3 around North Wilkesboro, and I'm just excited to have that in the service.
Yep, I get that. It's going to be pretty cool to see that track. And if they get it to us before June, first of all, these guys are pushing really, really hard. And it shows the kind of dedication that iRacing has to NASCAR, especially at this point. So really cool that they're trying to get that done. And Rick, what I'm trying to do over here, I'm going to try and re-get these paints. So,
Yeah, it's all good.
Because although I could do it, and I know most of their sponsors off the top of my head,
That is true.
I think I would just rather do it right and get it done with.
Now, Tim just put, I know you're a little busy, Tim just put in chat, All-Star Race Boat, North Wilkesboro. I 110% agree with that. That would be fantastic, to be honest with you.
Ooh.
I would love to see that.
Ooh.
Mark, it's been settled. If you want the All-Star Race broadcasted live on Turn 3 Racing Network, it's going to be North Wilkesboro.
Man, oh man.
Oh, Mr. Habyuk's got, a little bit of pull over there, Chris. I mean, he is the title sponsor here at Blazing Pedals. This is the TRJkarting.com K&N series.
All right, Rick, we're going to do this one more time, see if we can get these paints to come on in. Gonna hope for it. So far, so good. Guys, we're just trying to make the best out of a situation here tonight, but I want to thank you all for sticking around here on the Turn 3 Racing Network as qualifying is slowly starting to dwindle down into nothing. And it looks like on the pole this time through going to be McChesney, Caston, Dalton Kilrow, and then it's going to be the Butcher, Wheeler, Becker, Wellman, Wash, McRae, and Chris Tate rounding out the top 10. Only 4 other drivers, Nico Kie, Bennett, Price, and Rutherford, put down lap times here during qualifying. We are getting ready to go one more time. And Rick, how you doing tonight?
Well, listen, you know me, brother. I mean, number one, we're at Talladega, okay? We got a really good start of the race, okay? We only had one caution. When the 35 got into the 42, stuff happens. Now we're starting all over again. We're at Talladega still, man. The track temperature is a little, I heard you talking about that when I came back, a little bit closer to what we're used to. And man, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I'm ready for it as I was before. And this qualifying going to be done here in about 30 seconds, but nobody on track right now. Everybody kind of holding still. Guys, you're seeing some white cars on screen. Those are drivers that have not been on track yet. As soon as they hit the track, a lap or two, the whites will go away. Their paints will be populated and we'll get ready to go once again here on the Turn 3 Racing Network. Again, I want to thank everybody for tuning in here tonight. Again, we're kind of starting this race all over. We've already been live now for about an hour and a half. And we're going to be starting on lap number 1 here in just a moment or two.
It's like my birthday or Christmas, Chris. I don't know what's going on, man. I mean, I love Talladega. I love Daytona. I love Talladega.
I know you do, my friend. I know you do, as these cars are going to get ready to grid one more time here tonight. And it's going to be Travis McChesney on the pole. Starting lineup, part 2 coming right now as your pole sitter. The 85 of Travis McChesney gets ready to roll. To his outside, going to be the 5 of Hank Caston. On the inside of row number 2, Dalton Kilrow with Taylor the Butcher Benjamin. Inside row number 3, it's going to be Hayden Wheeler, Blake Decker. Row 4, Kyle Wellman and Ryan Wash in his number 68. Row number 5, going to be Brian McRae in his number 35 with Chris Tate to his outside. Starting in row number 6, it's going to be Nico Kie driving the number 9 car to the inside. David Bennett in the 13 to the outside. Row 7 is going to be the 14 of Jeff Price, Corey Rutherford to his outside in the 55. On row number 8 tonight, it's going to be John Perkins in his number 33 with Jason Powell, last week's winner, on the outside of that row 8. Jamie Walker going to pick up inside row number 9 in his 88. Rick Thompson to his outside in the 76. And Rick rounding out row number 10. It's going to be the inside number 22 of Brad Collins and Aaron Bockover in the 44 to his outside.
And inside row number 11, the 63 of Dakota Todd. Next to him on the outside, the 6 of Derek Paulson. Row number 12 going to consist of Big Bad Brian Dees in the 17 and Corey the Shermanator Sherman in the number 3. Inside row number 13, the 1 of Ty Roscoe next to him. We're gonna have to come up with a nickname for Terry, but Terry Foster in the 86. Row number 14, the 01 of Noah Van Hoot on his outside, the 46 of Fred Thompson. Row 15, the 11 of Patrick Aberson and the 16 of Ian Habiuk. Row number 16, Chris Williams in that 7 machine going to be starting on the inside. Outside next to him, the 73 of Casey Campbell. And that's going to round out the field, Chris. And again, we had a redo, and you didn't play the twangy music again.
Well, yeah, listen.
Come on. You know what, Mark? Start the race over. I'm just kidding. Listen, man, I am so excited about this, man. Number 1, I love blazing pedals. Number 2, we learned a little bit more about Tim Habiuk. Amazing things. Folks, if you are on Facebook, please head on over to TRJ Karting. Just search for it and follow him and follow a lot of the young racers that he does, because that is just... Tim's an amazing man, okay? I'm not going to lie. He is a transplant from Canada, but let me tell you, he is more American than most Americans that I know, and I'm so proud to have a friendship with Tim, and it's just amazing that, you know, here's a small company, Chris. He's out there, he's doing his thing, he's supporting all these young racers. You look at all these other bigger things, you never see them do that kind of stuff, man. I mean, there is no greater person that I know in the karting community as Tim Habiuk and TRJkarting.com. I'm excited about this, man. We're at Talladega. We're starting all over for 113 laps, man. The race is kicking in. I am happy.
Oh, Lord. I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep up with that kind of energy, Rick. I'll give it my best shot as the pace car is rounding out of turn number 4, going to drop on down. And like we talked about previously, Rick, the start finish line is way far down on this front stretch, so it's going to take a little bit for these guys to get there. When they do, Travis McChesney in the 85 is going to be pacing the field for the first lap here tonight, right here at Talladega. Again, I want to thank everybody for coming on out, because we are going to get going live here on the Turn 3 Racing Network.
And I want to thank all the fans too, Chris. We, you know, as we were away, I was watching the number. Everybody stayed. Amazing. 22,000 people here tonight at the racetrack here at Turn 3. The Hammond Hotel. We're hopping. The green flag's waving. These guys are pushing that go pedal. They're ready to start all over. They had a really long extended practice, and people know what they got to do now.
Yeah, I think at the very least, some strategies were kind of put out there what drivers were going to be doing. We've had some door-to-door racing. We saw a little bit of contact. That's all gone now. It's all brand new. Let's see what these guys really have for tonight.
And look at that Turn 3 racing motor leading this pack here in the Daddy O's number 41. Dalton Kilroe takes an early lead here tonight at Talladega.
41, Dalton Kilroe, and the 85 of Travis McChesney battling it out to the start-finish line to see who's going to lead the first lap here at Talladega. It is the 41 of Dalton Kilroe, but not by very much at all.
Not by much at all. Holy cow. They were actually even at the line, Chris.
0.033, the difference at the line for your first 2 drivers out on track. Let's remember a couple of the rules that were set here tonight, Rick. Until 10 laps to go in the stage, no 3-wide racing at that 10 lap mark. Okay, have at it, boys. Stage number 3, something completely different, because it's going to be a have at it, boys, for the entire stage, meaning anything goes to get around this track, short of wrecking somebody, of course. But that 3-wide, 4-wide will open up here at Talladega, and I'm believing that we're going to see it.
I'm kind of thinking, I'm on the other side of that, Chris. I'm kind of thinking these guys are going to have 2 stages where they're only allowed to run, you know, side by side, double file. I think they're going to keep that way until probably halfway through the final stint that these guys are going to have to do. And then it's going to be, everything's going to be thrown out, because guys are going to want to make a move. You see a lot of different guys leading up towards the front right now. It's kind of amazing, but I mean, I don't know. This is going to get real interesting. That's all I know.
Yeah, we will see what we're going to have here. It's going to be different strategies, I think. And Rick, maybe not, because, you know, we didn't even get through the first stage the first time through. So So maybe I'm overthinking it just a little bit, but here I am seeing TNA driver Aaron Bockover up in the side, the top 14. That's different. You know, Hayden Wheeler up there in the 4 car. He's having a good night running up in the 5th spot. So let's keep an eye on him. So some things have changed.
Some things have definitely changed, Chris. I mean, you know, during the first race that we were watching, we know that the top flight computer team, they were up towards the front doing what they had to do. We saw guys like the TNA Motorsports guys, they were working the backfield a little bit, or the mid-pack, I should say. And then you have Lost Cost Racing, you know, that's Nick Okiye, Don Kilroy, Blake Decker, Ryan Wash, Hayden Wheeler. You know, they were kind of doing the same thing. They were in that mid-pack, but now those guys are up towards the front. So I think they learned something a little bit. Now, one thing we have to remember, that the track temperature is only in the 80s during that first race. It is now up to 115 degrees, so that's going to change things a little bit. We did see, of course, we had one caution, so we saw a lot of drivers come down for the splash and go fuel. That's going to get interesting too, because they came down for a reason, Chris. We'll see what's happening during this second race here. Is it going to be green flag, which is going to be awesome, because that's going to throw a lot of strategy into it, and something that I'm looking forward to seeing.
Now, green flag stops would be really neat to see here. I'd like to see it. Meanwhile, we got one driver way up towards the top. Trying to figure out who that is. Is that the 42, Kyle Wellman? Yeah, it is. We're in that very high lane up there. Has to be careful. Again, he's going to lose the draft, Rick, if he's not careful.
Yeah, and you think that he would have maybe picked that up there from the first race, but Wellman doing everything he possibly can, kind of running by himself up there right now. Of course, there are some guys a little further ahead of him that are running that outside lane, Chris, but right now that draft totally out of play right now. The only draft that Wellman is getting, maybe a little bit of side draft from the 44, the 55, but, you know, Wellman just doing his thing out there right now. And that's
Jeff
not a bad
Price
thing, because we saw what happened. Yeah.
So Wellman skirts his way down into the bottom groove.
And look how fast he catches up to Aaron Bach over there, Chris.
That's the thing. He's catching up, and then he tries to go out to the outside. That big wall of air hits the front end of that Chevy, and it stops moving forward. And he's going to, well, if the 14 decides to, the 14 can come up there, get with Aaron Bockover, and then Jeff Price and Aaron Bockover would be able to go around Wellman.
Now, one thing about Talladega and, of course, you know, Daytona, any of the super speedways, Chris, some guys are more comfortable running that inside lane. Others are more comfortable running that outside lane. Obviously, the outside lane has a little bit more room because we are not allowed to do 3-wide racing until there's only 10 laps left of the stage. So there's a lot of room up there for those guys to be able to play around with. When you're kind of down there on the inside lane, you have the apron, which you do not want to get your tires on anywhere near that yellow line. I mean, you do see them. They are kind of close, but you don't want it to go over because that's going to spell very, very bad danger.
Battle for the lead, Rick, as the 10 of the Butcher comes around the 41, takes that lap. The Butcher leads one here at Talladega, and the 41 couldn't do a thing about it as he was locked up on the inside. The 10 had a little bit of help from Travis McChesney in the 85. Now the outside lane looking strong as the 5 of Hank Caston pushing McChesney right to the front.
And Rutherford there had a little bit of an issue, Chris. He was on the bottom. Now he's on that outside lane right now doing what he has to do in that number 55. You know, he's great. You got to love Tony the Tagger. But Rutherford moves up from the inside to the outside. Like I said, maybe he's more comfortable being on that outside, knowing that he has that extra lane up there where he doesn't have to really worry about too much.
It's possible. It is right now. It's a matter of comfort. You want to be comfortable wherever you are, understanding that, look, you don't have to make any moves right now. The only thing you need to be careful of is not getting into the guy in front of you too hard to wreck him. Keeping an eye on your temp gauges. Those are the 2 things you need to worry about right now. You don't have to be in striking distance, not yet. It's still too far out.
A lot of strategy. I mean, that's what I love about super speedway racing, Chris. I mean, you know, like I said earlier, people say, oh, it takes no talent. It does. I mean, it's a different type of talent. Yes. I mean, I do better at super speedways than I do on a shorter track. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, I understand racing, but I don't understand short tracks. You know how bad I am on them. It takes a lot of work. I mean, super speedway, that's where I'm comfortable at. I'm more comfortable when I have you in my ear as a spotter or as a team member out there either pushing or me pushing you. And when we work together, I mean, it's just fun. And these guys, I mean, I think a lot of things are figured out during that first race that we had. And I think some guys have adjusted their plan for the night with that.
Some adjustments are necessary, but I'll tell you what doesn't need to be adjusted right now, and that's the 10 car. He is leading the way here on that inside line, being pushed by the 41 of Dalton Kilrow in the inside lane. Seems to have a bit of momentum going right now as the outside lane falling back just a little bit.
And here's another thing that hasn't changed, Chris. The lead pack is starting to catch the back bumper of the 92 of Blake Decker. What is Decker doing out there tonight?
I don't know. It's planned. Whatever it is, it's planned.
He's got something figured out here, and it's going to be interesting to see what that 92. I know Blake Decker, a very, very talented racer, but he's definitely working on something out there.
Well, he's the first driver 1 lap down yet again, as we saw this the last time we were here at Talladega, half an hour ago. And yeah, he's doing the same exact thing. And it's not that he doesn't have speed, Rick. So I don't know if he... maybe I do know what happened. Rick, go back to the very, very beginning of the race, if you would, and check pit road for the 92.
I think I know where you're coming down. Now, one thing that I did want to mention, the two, Poppy, not able to get back out on track. Chris must be having some kind of internet issue. I feel bad for the number 2 here tonight.
Mark just confirmed what I thought I remembered hearing something about it. There was a penalty from last week for the 92. Had to start at the tail end of the field. So speed not the issue. Actually, didn't even start at the tail end of the field. Had to start off in pit road. And that's why he's a lap down. Now, if there's an accident, the 92, first car 1 lap down, scheduled to get that back as the lucky dog here tonight. So he's in a good position. It's very, very early. We know we're going to have a couple of cautions for stage ending. So Blake is going to be just fine. Don't worry about the 92. But unfortunate that he had the penalty from last week.
You're absolutely right, Chris. That's something that we actually we kind of forgot about. But you're right. I mean, Decker has nothing really to worry about. I mean, obviously, if the first 2 stages were done, it would stink for the 92. But right now, all he's got to do, I mean, he's not hanging on to that draft, just kind of out there by himself right now. But I really like how the field 2 has split back in the 2 packs, Chris.
Yeah, second pack being led by Corey Sherman in the 3 car. He's being followed by Terry Foster in the 86. Up top, it's Jason Powell, and he's being followed by the 63 of Dakota Todd. Now, Powell did say at the beginning that he and Dakota Todd were going to be trying to work together. So here they are, nose to tail, leading that second pack. And that second pack's pretty strong, Rick. I mean, you got Brian Dees in there. You've got Jamie Walker, Ian Habia, Ty Morosco, Van Hoot. I mean, you got some serious contenders in the second group, and they've decided to stay away from that front group.
Well, one thing that's nice is right now TNA Motorsports pretty much close together. You see Terry Foster pushing the 3 there, the Shermanator right now, Noah Van Hoot on their outside, being pushed right now by the 88. The 88 is working with his new teammate, Ian Habiuk. And of course, we heard from Tim earlier, this is going to be good for Ian. Now he has somebody to work with. And definitely, I mean, I can't think of a better driver to really learn from. I mean, Jamie Walker is one of those drivers, Chris, when he wins, he acts like it's no big deal now. Okay, yes, okay. It is just a sim race, but he does a great job. And, I think that's going to work out really well for Ian. I think he's learning something here tonight.
Well, I'm learning something
drivers
too.
On pit road too.
5 drivers have hit pit road, and they are coming back onto track all together. So not a bad call there. Brad Collins, Rick Thompson, John Perkins, Fred Thompson, Casey Campbell have all been down on pit road to get that fuel that they're going to need, Rick, in order to make it to the end of stage number 1.
Yeah, Speed Mafia working early here, lap 15 and 113 going in all together. That's exactly what they need to do, Chris. And that's something like we talked about earlier in the first broadcast, is that the teams really have to communicate with each other, find out when they're going down pit road, find out who needs to go down first, let him make the call, and then they all need to go down, because you do not want to be 1 or 2 cars out here by yourself trying to catch back up to the pack because it's going to be almost impossible.
Yeah, the second pack formed up pretty strong, and Jamie Walker now leading the way. Van Hoot slid down to the inside, and he's going to try and take it away, but the inside lane not quite as well formed as the outside three cars right now. Back up front, it is Taylor the Butcher Benjamin being followed by Dalton Kilroe, still running 1 and 2 on the outside. Travis McChesney has lost a little bit of that momentum, getting it back now with a good push from the 5 of Hank Caston. So the 85 trying to mush that car forward, and at the line it's still going to be Butcher and Kilroe. McChesney was third, but now running in that second spot.
I mean, this is race number 11 of the first 26 races, Chris, before that playoff cutoff line comes into play. So it is getting very close to the halfway point of the main season here. So these guys really need to do what they need to do to try to get as many points. And it's good to see a lot of drivers leading up front right now.
3 different lead changes, or 3 different drivers have led, 7 different lead changes. I'm looking at my scoring, and anyways, I don't think that's correct. But anyway, we're gonna go with it. So 3 different drivers have led this one. Butcher is up front. He's leading currently. Dalton Kilroe and Travis McChesney have all led here at Talladega tonight. Ooh.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. The 63 trying to get out of the way. And that is Dakota Todd.
Wow.
And man, oh man, that was way too close for Dakota Todd. Holy cow.
You know, I'm not even driving right now, Chris, and my heart is pumping like crazy.
Oh, Lord. I don't know exactly what was going on there, but look at the change in the top 5. The Butcher still leads them on. Hank Caston by himself on the outside, trying to hang on to the 10 car. Travis McChesney maybe looking to join him, but stays down low for the moment. Hayden Wheeler in 4th. David Bennett picking up 5th spot in the 13. Then it's Ryan Walsh, Jeff Price, Derek Paulson riding in that 8th spot. Paulson trying to get through the field right now, trying to figure out which way he wants to go to the top. So the 5 gets a little out of control and pops up to the 3rd lane as the heat is starting to work on these tires just a little bit. We got a little bit of 3 wide racing. That's a big no-no. Somebody's going to have to give it up. The 4 of Hayden Wheeler figures it out, lets the 6 back in. The 6 slides all the way back down to the inside. Taylor the Butcher Benjamin, Travis McChesney, David Bennett, Jeff Price, Derek Paulson, your top 5, all single file. And then you've got the lap down car of the 92. He is working in that top pack. Again, speed not the issue for the 92. Just didn't have a dancing partner at the beginning of this race. Hayden Wheeler in 6th spot. Ryan Walsh 7th. Nick Okie, Aaron Bach over. Dalton Kilroe back to 10th spot.
And now we saw a lot of drivers go down, and one of those was the 3 of Corey Sherman, Chris, and we saw what happened there. I mean, they did do a little bit of 3 wide racing. It's not any kind of, they didn't break the rule at all. I mean, guys were trying to get around the guys that were coming off pit road, and that threw everybody. Now, one thing I noticed, the 35
Rick,
came
here
down
comes the
pit
leaders.
road.
Here comes the leaders down pit road, and it's a big group. We're keeping an eye on it, making sure everybody makes it in.
13's in the infield right now.
Yeah, that's not how you want to enter pit road. Watch out for contact, as everybody seems to be on pit road right now in that top group. If it shakes out the way it is right now, Brian McRae may be the race leader, being scored in 14th spot, but Rick all by himself, he is not up to top speed if you don't have a dance partner.
Well, that's the big thing, and that's what I was kind of, it was strange because I saw Brian McRae in the 35 break off, go down pit road. Now, of course, a couple of his teammates were not able to get down where he needed to go to get down there, so interesting to see what happens with the 35.
Yeah, it's a big guessing game. What do? You're out there, and everybody else back out on track. Looks like David Bennett going to win the battle off on pit road with a very, very quick time.
I don't.
Oh,
I don't
actually,
think he
no,
even
I
came
don't.
down pit road
Yeah,
because he went down into
He
the
went-
infield,
yeah.
Chris. And I think he just skipped right through.
Yeah, he might have had to keep going. You're right. So Butcher should be your leader here, and he's being followed, Rick, by his teammate Derek Paulson. Not a bad situation.
Not a bad situation. One of the top flight guys, of course, we talked about him earlier. Big Daddy Brian McRae went down. He had to go down pit road, and unfortunately, the teammates couldn't go with him. So this is like a whole new ball game now. Now, one good thing is stage 1 is still going on. We're only on lap 21 of 113. Of course, we know that stage is going to fly at the end of lap 33. So a little bit of time for Brian McRae, but he's got to really get on with his teammates and say, dude, next time I say I got to pit, you got to come with me.
Dalton Kilroe being followed by Ryan Wash, and they are a rocket ship in that second lane as Dalton Kilroe takes over the lead. He's working with Wash right now, and he won't come down until Wash is clear. But the 10, they make it room. They make it work. Ryan Wash pulls the trigger, and Dalton Kilroe saw the whole thing, came down with him. New race leader, once again, it's going to be Dalton Kilroe.
Now, those guys, both teammates, Chris over there at Lost Cause Racing, so they're working together. You know that they're talking on the radio, trying to figure out this is exactly what needs to happen. Now, Dalton's able to talk with Ryan and say, hey, when your temperatures get high, let me know and I will let you in.
Easier said than done sometimes, Rick. Look how loose the 68 is. Man, he is wiggling that car around that corner.
I mean, obviously the tires are having a little bit more issue than what we learned about from Tim last time. That temperature really coming into play now. That track temperature cooled down a little bit, but it is still 112 degrees right now.
McChesney takes a peek upstairs, and he has the 44 of Aaron Bockover behind him. I'm afraid without too much more help, I don't know how they're going to do, but look at this. They're pulling McChesney with a very good motor, and Paulson sticks it up there. He's going to try and lead this draft on the top lane, and unfortunately that leaves his teammate, the Butcher, down on the bottom lane, stuck in the third car position on the bottom lane. Here comes Paulson on the outside, being followed by Travis McChesney and the 44 of Aaron Bockover.
Now, a lot of people might think that's a little strange, Chris, because he kind of left his teammate down there on that inside lane. The 10 had plenty of room to move up, but I bet you that Paulson having a little bit of temperature going on with either the water or the oil, most likely the water, had to get out in that clean air to try to cool down that engine a little bit.
14 going down a lap to this very fast front group of cars. 8 of them running nose to tail, 2 wide, Rick.
Let me tell you, Paulson really happy on that outside lane, and then number 6 top flight computer machine, Chris, right now leading this pack down through Talladega.
Paulson goes down to get in front of the 41, leaves Travis McChesney high and dry on the top side. The 44 are going to have to try and be a pusher now from that second car back spot. And here comes Bockover giving a push to the 85. Will it be enough? Heading into the turn, negotiating, trying to now stay off the bumper, Rick, and it's all about how well can you burp that throttle.
Well, that's what when you see super speedway cars, you don't want to be pushing in the corner because that's where danger and bad things happen. You want to wait until you get out of the corner, get on that straightaway, and then you can really start pushing. So that's something that these drivers have to be very, very cautious about, Chris. They have to think a little bit, back off, do what they have to do, hang on to that draft until you get out of that corner, and then you can get ready for that back bumper and help. Right now, Aaron Bachner doing a fabulous job helping out, and he is Travis McChesney's best friend out there right now. And of course, the 4 coming up through, going to be trying to help out the 44 and the 85. Right now, McChesney taking the lead here as they come down through the backstretch, Chris, heading into turn number 3. We'll see if he's able to hang on there, of course, with Aaron Bockover over there. Like I said, best friends right now. And that outside lane finally starting to form up a little bit.
It's going to be a close one at the line again for Dalton Kilroe. Travis McChesney battling it out once again on the front of both lanes. And that time by, it was McChesney with the race lead with a good push from the 44. Aaron Bockover getting it done with the front bumper. Let's go back a little ways to the second group, Rick.
Well, while you're doing that, Chris, this front group now breaking into that 3 wide. We are past that, we have less than 10 laps left to go before the stage ends. So 3 wide racing. You got Hayden Wheeler on the outside, the 13, David Bennett on the inside, middle, and then Derek Paulson down there in the 6 on the inside.
Yeah, the problem is you can't do it on your own, right? I mean, Hayden Wheeler out there by himself trying to get it done, but can't do it by himself. He needs a dance partner, and who's it going to be?
And this is what I kind of figured what was going to happen, Chris. Now, obviously, I think once the stages are done and we're on that final stint, I think we're going to see a lot more 3 wide racing. But right now, you're right. You can use a little bit of side draft there, but you can't do it by yourself. And that's exactly what the 4 found out. Moved in behind the 13. These guys double file once again on this lead pack.
Hayden Wheeler with a good run once again off the corner, and now may have a little bit of help as the 10 comes in behind him. That's the Butcher trying to make this thing go 3 wide, and the 14 sneaks up there too. So they've got 3 cars. If they can get going on that real tall lane, Rick, the outside lane isn't that bad to be in. It's really a comfort level. You see Hayden Wheeler drop back down, and everybody follows suit. Hayden may be trying to get a run coming up.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's trying to do, Chris. Trying to pull a little bit of draft there from the 13, and then we'll probably see him break back out once they go through the corner here. But maybe no. I mean, it all becomes comfort level with these guys. I mean, it gets very hairy when there's 3 cars going around this track. It is wide enough to do it. We've seen 4 wide before. I think we've even seen before in prior broadcasts, not with Blazing Pedals, but 5 wide here at Talladega. It can be done, but it is scary.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room in it. Oh boy. Now you got my heart pumping, Rick, thinking about that 4-5 wide. Oh boy. Back up front, Travis McChesney has the race lead in the second groove. The 44 doing a good job of pushing him through. On the inside, the 41 trying to get back up there. It's Dalton Kilroe. Kilroe at the line, not going to have it this time by. Kilroe being scored in second spot as Aaron Bockover still all over the back bumper of the 85, trying to get that car to move. Inside lane starting to come back now. Dalton Kilroe being pushed by the 6 of Derek Paulson. Paulson really doing a good job out there, being very, very steady with somebody he's not a teammate with, Rick, but right now you got to dance with whoever you got.
Well, kind of like what we're talking about before, Chris. I mean, when it is the last few laps of the final laps of the race, all bets are off, okay? Even Tim Habiak said it, there's no alliance when that happens. Well, we're getting to the stage end here. So these guys right now, they're all just trying to get to the end. They want to get as many bonus points as they possibly can for that stage, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
I also just saw something out of the 41 machine as he came out of 4. That car wanted to go sideways. A good job out of Dalton Kilroe to hold on to it. But yeah, the tires are definitely wearing out just a little bit here as we're working lap number 31 of this first stage, 33 laps.
I think when that stage comes out, Chris, obviously pit road going to get very busy. We're going to see some guys probably just take fuel, but I think most of the field's going to be taking a set of tires. I really have that feeling. If they still have 3 sets here, there's nothing wrong with that. Obviously you want to try to save a set. That way you have, if we go through another nice long green flag run during that last stint, those guys are going to want fresh rubber to get by. We see what's happening. These guys still able to control the cars though, but it gets to a little pucker moment.
And I'm going to put a different strategy out there right now, Rick. If I'm running not in the front pack, I don't need tires. You know why I don't need tires? Because I don't need to keep up with these guys. I will save a set of tires and have 2 in the third stage.
That would be kind of my thinking too, Chris. But some guys, they might not like a really loose race car. Maybe they want something. It's really going to come down to driver preference, but I have a feeling that some of these folks are going to be taking tires.
Oh, absolutely. I believe some. I just don't know how far back in the field it's going to go before you start seeing just gas only. We're going to find out. It's coming soon as we get ready to start the last lap of stage number 1. Again, thanking everybody out there here on the Turn 3 Racing Network, live on YouTube. I want to thank you all for sticking around with us as we got past the initial blip, and we are gotten ourselves into a fine race at Talladega. First stage shouldn't be done here in about a half a lap, and Rick, no cautions this time through.
No cautions. I mean, the guys figured it out. They know what they have to do, Chris. We're going to have really good racing here tonight at Talladega. And that's just great. I mean, now these guys heading into the final corner before they come down that front stretch to get down to the end of stage number 1. Right now, Dalton Kilroy's number 41. Daddy O's machine looking pretty good out there.
Yeah, well, the 85, I don't know what happened to him, but he skirted up the track just a little bit, and he lost a bunch of momentum when that happened. And that's going to give the 41 stage number 1. And, man, Dalton Kilroy, he's becoming a stage-winning machine, isn't he?
You know, we talked to him earlier in the season, Chris, and I mean, some of these guys, you know, of course, last season we were in the trucks. Now we went back to the K&N car, which is amazing. It's been some outstanding racing. But a lot of guys weren't very comfortable in the truck. Once Dalton got into a car that he's comfortable with, he's really poured it on this season.
Yeah, doing a lot of racing. I actually got a chance to call his number out on a different league on a different night. And it surprised me to see him there. I didn't have much luck that night, but here tonight, stage 1 winner. And that Turn 3 Racing Network engine definitely getting it done underneath the hood of that Daddy O's 41.
I mean, these guys still cruising around. Obviously, they got to try to catch up to the pace car, Chris, but man. He's all smiles right now. Just got 10 extra bonus points. 4-time winner here so far this season in the Blazing Pedals TRJ Karting K&N Series, winning another stage.
Well, pit stops are about to happen, and we're going to figure out. Oh, 41 almost loses it when he gets into the brakes just a little bit. Got to be careful of those brakes, man. So we believe pit road is going to get busy.
Hopefully the gas man forgets to take the spout out. You don't want to see no gas tanks out there on track. That'd be amazing if iRacing actually put that in.
I would love to get to the point where we can actually see the crew guys as broadcasters. These drivers
Yes.
can see them. I would like to be able to see them too. Down pit road we go. Your race leader, Dalton Kilroy, brings them all down. Pit strategy is going to start right now.
Somebody's
Rick.
calling out of gas, Chris. I'm trying to find out who it is here. Somebody ran out of fuel.
All right, well, that's going to be something that we're going to take up here in just a little bit, because we're going to step away for just a quick break, and we will be right back. Back live here from Talladega, and track temperature has cooled down to a nice 106 degrees as some of the lap down vehicles coming down pit road, along with what was your race leader, Jamie Walker, gonna decide to come down and get some more fuel. His teammate Ian Habiot following suit. That's gonna give the lead on over to Derek Paulson, Rick. But let's go ahead and dial up Dalton Kilroe, because he was our stage 1 winner here tonight, and I'd like to get a word in with him. Dalton Kilroe, Chris and Rick up in the booth. You got a copy?
10-4.
Well, you brought that 41 up and won yourself another stage. I'm gonna have to say it was the Turn 3 Racing Network engine underneath the hood, but at Talladega, it's really about who you have around you and how much you trust them.
Yeah, that's exactly the case. There was a couple guys that were blinking, and a couple guys that weren't 100% wanting to push. So having to kind of navigate through that wasn't really the best. But I knew once that outside line started to fade back, coming towards the stage end, it was going to be it was pretty much going to be my stage as long as I stayed on the bottom.
Okay, and the tires in the car, how are those holding up here in the heat of Alabama?
Honestly, they're holding up pretty fine. Tire wear's not that bad. I didn't take a set, and I really don't plan on taking anything until after the end of stage 2, because it's not really affecting the handling all that much. It's just going to be coming in and out of the pits. That's about the only thing it's going to really affect.
And just keep that in mind, because we've been running green flag here since the drop, and the chances of having a green flag pit stop definitely got to be out there. And you know how those tires are. When you come down after 200 miles an hour, the brakes, they can sometimes get you.
Yeah, but throughout some of the practice sessions that we've been doing, I've been practicing getting under braking, plus just the amount of races I've done at Talladega in these cars. I've got a pretty good idea of when to brake, how much to brake, and how to not spin it, unlike I did at Texas. But yeah, we're see what we can do. Hopefully we get another green flag pit stop in here and keep another good stage.
All right, Dalton. Well, congratulations on winning stage number 1. Anybody on the 41 car that you need to thank?
Obviously, Daddy-O's Barbershop, you guys for the that's normally towards the end, but still, you guys for doing the broadcasting. Top Flight PC, Dr. Squatch Soap, 4 to Go on Twitter, and the guys I'm racing with, Hayden Wheeler, Ryan Wash, Blake Decker, and Nick Okier.
All right, Dalton, good luck the rest of the way, bud. We'll be keeping an eye out on that engine, making sure it's running just the way we tuned it into.
10-4, thank you.
That was the driver of the number 41 as the pace car lights shut down. Cars are going to fold in 2 by 2. And Rick, so far, we've been able to manage green flag racing the entire way. The only caution right here under the stage ending lap of 33.
You're absolutely right, Chris. Outstanding first stage there. Congratulations once again to Dalton Kilroe. And, it is a Daddy-O's machine, but the Turn 3 Racing engine is in there. Of course, Dalton has the Turn 3 Racing logo on his deck lid, and it looks nice on that 41. I wish some of the other cars have it on there, him. But listen, 33 laps, we saw one driver, as I said before we went to a break, Chris. That was the driver of the number 22, Brad Collins, running out of fuel. He was able to get into his pit stall, get some fuel splashed back into that thing, get that thing running again. But that's something that these guys really have to worry about. I mean, Brad Collins was not leading when that happened, so the fuel window really going to come into play. And that's something that the guys that are leading up towards the front really have to think about, because we talked about that earlier. When you're leading the packs, you're actually burning more fuel. And that's something to really think about now as stage 1 is done. Now we're going to be heading to stage number 2 and then the final stint, which is going to be outstanding here.
Yeah, stage number 2 going to be ending on lap 66. We've gone ahead and adjusted that in the top left-hand corner for you as the pace car lights are off. And Rick, something amazing here. We've got 26 drivers still on the lead lap. Jeff Price in the 14 going to be the first driver, 1 lap down. Unfortunately, Chris Tate had to get out of the race, not able to go, but getting ready to go we are, because Derek Polson on the inside, row number 1, gonna get these guys going back under the green flag as the Ford Mustang peels onto pit road. And you see these cars bunching up one more time, getting ready to go back under the green flag for the second time here tonight.
The green flag is now waving in the flag stand. Chris, these guys hitting the go pedals, doing what they have to do. Now, again, it's going to take a lap or two before they really get up to speed. But man, Derek Paulson working that inside lane. Dalton Kilrow, he talked about that inside lane, but now he's stuck on the outside. He's got Hayden Wheeler right behind him. Teammates of the Top Flight Racing crew running right now 1 and almost 2, as you see the Butcher trying to get up to the back bumper of his teammate Derek Paulson to help him out a little bit.
And on the outside, we heard Dalton Kilrow say, hey, I'm working with Hayden Wheeler. Wheeler is right behind him. So a good setup here in the top 2 rows. Row number 3 going to be Nick Okie to his outside. Brian McRae in his number 35. That's the Dr. Squash machine for Top Flight Computers. As the 6 drums out to the top. Rick, this is a good way to control the field. We haven't talked about that much, but it's a good way to control the field. The 6 now controls that outside lane. The 41 can't do too much about it.
No, and that's really smart because he's kind of blocking that 41 in. Now, we know Dalton Kilrow very fast here. If he can get down past the Butcher, it's all going to depend on what Paulson can do there. But right now, those teammates probably talking, hey, let's try to just run on the inside, outside, keep those engine temps cool. Maybe try to give Brian McRae a little bit of time to get from the outside into the inside to work with us there. I mean, that'll be a full team if that can happen. And right now, the 41 moves down in front of the Butcher. And now here comes Dalton Kilrow to lead the pack once again.
So a move set up to try and control the field backfires a little bit on Derek Paulson as the 41 able to drop down in front of the 10 of the Butcher, and Dalton Kilrow going to lead another lap here at Talladega, coming right up. Paulson kind of falling back just a little bit, Rick.
Yeah, and that's kind of one of those funny things, Chris, if you really think about it. Now, we heard from Dalton Kilrow. He said, yeah, I'm working with the 4. Well, what you do, he uses the 4 to get out in front of the 10. Once he gets past that, he drops down. So now the 4 is kind of stuck and hanging out from the outside as teammates from the Top Flight crew are working that outside lane. Now, here comes Taylor the Butcher Benjamin and that 10 machine getting pushed by Derek Paulson and the 6 machine working together. Oh, Kyle Wellman a little slow there on the way outside, letting these guys pass. But now the Butcher leading the pack as he cuts down in front of Dalton Kilrow.
And so the Butcher makes his way to the front of the field. Derek Paulson with the Hayden Wheeler on the outside. Dalton Kilrow pushing the Butcher for everything he's got, trying to stay in that second spot. Maybe try and make it so the 10 has to go up and work with his partner, but here comes Derek Paulson on the outside. Fresh air doing that 6 car a world of good, keeping the temperatures down as the 10 and the 41, what a gap they had. That allows Paulson to drop down behind the 41 of Kilrow. And now Hayden Wheeler, the first car on that outside lane, being followed by the 35 of Brian McRae and the 11 of Patrick Abrahamson. We haven't mentioned his name yet, but Patrick has been having a whale of a race here so far.
Yeah, that 11 car looking good there on the outside. Now things are definitely changing up a little bit, Chris. Now Hayden Wheeler is pulling around with Brian McRae, that top line on the outside there. Now we know the 4 and the 41 were working well together, Chris. They are teammates. And a lot of things can change right now. I mean, one thing that is huge is, you know, Paulson kind of stuck behind the 41 right now. His teammate leading this pack right now. So kind of interesting. What I'm really watching is what the 35 is going to do, because obviously those Top Flight guys trying to work together. They want to get, you know, nose to tail from each other. But right now, Brian McRae just kind of stuck there on the outside lane.
And unlike the first stage, Rick, these guys are ready to race a little bit, as we are even seeing the TNA Motorsports guys moving in, and they're being led by Aaron Bockover.
Bockover. Yeah, he's been running a lot up towards the front, Chris. He's got his teammate right behind him, Terry Foster, working that inside lane. Corey the Terminator Sherman doing everything he can. He's kind of stuck on that outside lane also.
Can TNA get bumper to bumper 3 cars deep is the question. We're going to find out. 4th member of TNA, Noah Van Hoot, running in 19th spot right now. So a little bit back from the rest of his team. 2 by 2, row after row after row after row here, Rick. So these guys, I think they're ready to get some racing in here. Just gotta be careful. It's
Well, we haven't seen the big one yet, Chris, and I haven't even really seen. I mean, obviously during the first broadcast that we're doing, we had one caution. Brian McRae got into it a little bit with Kyle Wellman, and stuff like that happens. That's pack racing. But these guys, they just had a really good first stage here once we restarted the server. And one thing that you got to be careful, because that might get to your head a little bit and say, hey, listen guys, we just did the first stage, 33 laps under green. It was great. We did a little bit of racing, swapping stuff, and now we're seeing a lot more confidence in a lot of these drivers. They're all moving up through. There's a lot of guys up towards that were hanging back a little bit, like TNA Motorsports, and they are now in this lead pack right now, being pulled around this track by the 10 machine.
Yeah, Taylor the Butcher Benjamin leads them around one more time, being followed by Don Kilrow in the 41. Your top side going to be Hayden Wheeler, being followed by Brian McRae in the 35. Patrick A behind him in the 11. The 9 car, Nick Okie, doing a fantastic job here, Rick, running in 7th spot on that inside, and the 9 is looking strong here as well. This is super speedway racing. Sometimes you're going to find somebody who doesn't typically finish great, who just absolutely runs the heck out of a super speedway. And I'm not saying anything about Okie. He does run great week in and week out, but here we are seeing him up front with a potential for a race lead just around any corner.
Well, that's the thing, Chris, and you're absolutely right. I mean, obviously all these drivers here at Blazing Pedals, they're fantastic. We do see some guys leading up towards the front more than anything, but that's just what it is. I mean, a lot of drivers, maybe they're not comfortable on the cookie cutters, or maybe they're not comfortable on the short tracks. Maybe super speedways are their thing. And I mean, it's kind of like me. I can do a full NASCAR schedule. I'm going to really excel when I get to Daytona, when I get to Talladega, because that's the type of racing that I'm comfortable with and I enjoy the most. I mean, when I'm at a place like Bristol, I mean, obviously you got cars going all around you. It's very fast. When you get to Richmond, same thing. Martinsville, a little flatter. I don't like it as much. I'm going to be towards the back. But when you get me on Talladega, Daytona, I want to go for the front. And I think that's what it is. I mean, some of these guys are more comfortable here, doing what they're doing, running in this pack, going fast, and having fun.
And Rick, just face it, all you want to do is go fast.
That's all, that, like I said, Ricky Bobby was written because of me. Okay, that was actually my life documentary. A lot of people don't know that. And, yeah.
Top 3 cars on the outside row is trying to separate a little bit from the 85 McChesney. McChesney has to catch him up, and he'd be able to help out on that outside row. Meanwhile, the inside row formed up nose to tail pretty strong. Not a lot of gap between any of those cars as McChesney does finally catch back up. So the outside lane and the inside lane both looking very strong right now, Rick. The inside lane has a little bit of an advantage though. Shorter way around the track, and we're seeing it work out for the number 10 of the Butcher, as he has now led 18 laps.
Yeah, so far leading the most laps here tonight at this point in the race, Chris. We're on lap, and the laps are ticking off really quick. We're on lap almost 49 here as they go across the start finish line of 113.
All right, let's test your trivia knowledge, Rick.
Oh boy!
Without Google, who has the fastest lap at Talladega?
Isn't that Bill Elliott?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Come on, Awesome Bill from Dawsonville. Chris, it's Talladega. This track was named after my... No, not really, but it's my favorite track, brother.
I'll give you bonus points if you can tell me the speed.
It was 210?
208.
Oh, wait, see, that was close.
Got a good one going now because we're working at lap number 50. Taylor the Butcher Benjamin has been up front for a little while at this point, Rick, and no signs of stopping right now as Colin Kilrow is kind of content running behind him, but you gotta ask yourself, how long can he stay on that back bumper, and what's that temperature gauge looking like at this point?
Well, that's one thing I wish that we could drop down and actually see, Chris, but iRacing kind of hides that from us. But you know that is something that is on that driver's mind.
Well, let's drop down into that cockpit anyway and just take a peek at what he's seeing out of that front windshield. And temperature's not too bad, about 200, a little over. So he's doing a good job keeping it cool. He is ducking down just a little bit on the 10 as they are starting to catch a slower pack of cars. And Rick, that's going to be coming up here very shortly as they're about midway through the corner. And there's only about 5 cars there. It's not going to take very long for these guys to catch them and swallow them up.
And just for the record, Chris, Bill Elliott's record-setting fastest qualifying speed in a stock car was 212.809.
I thought it was 208.
I had to look it up.
Dang it.
Uh-huh.
All right, well, it's still not going to change the fact that these guys are starting to catch some slower traffic.
Ooh, and we have some guys breaking off going down pit road.
Yeah,
Chris.
TNA is breaking off. And the 10 moves up to the high side. He's bringing the 41, the 6, and the 9 of Okie along with him for the ride. The 76 leads this pack on the bottom side. That's Rick Thompson. Thompson just trying to hold on. And Rick, it looks like these guys just came down pit road not that long ago, and that's what's causing them to go down a lap. So we'll see how that cycles through as green flag laps are right around the corner once again here. And we've seen now a couple of groups coming down. So a much cleaner race than what we were setting up for the first one, as we've had 0 cautions for incidents on track.
Well, what's been interesting, Chris, I mean, long green flag runs there. The track temps are sitting at 100 degrees right now as we're under a little bit of cloud cover.
Yeah, clouds are starting to come in. It's starting to look like it was kind of when we first opened up the initial server. But we're going to have plenty of time now to get this race in as we're working lap 53 of 113, stage 2, right around the corner. Right now, your race leader, the 10 of Taylor, the Butcher Benjamin. He's being followed by Dalton Kilroy on the top side. It's Hayden Wheeler in the 4 car, taking a look, trying to get to the front. Travis McChesney right behind him, trying to push him there. Will Hayden Wheeler lead at the line? No, he will not, but man, is that close.
Wow, that was close.
I believe, Rick, that this next lap is going to be even closer, if you can imagine that. Hayden Wheeler has got his foot through the throttle pedal, trying to get some extra speed out of that 4 car. Van Hoop moves up, trying to stay out of the way of those lead pack cars. Van Hoop off schedule with his teammates, and it is showing out there, Rick, as he goes down a lap.
Well, that's one of the problems, Chris. When you come off the road and you're out there by yourself, you're kind of stuck there, and you get a good pack of cars like this. I mean, these guys are cruising around Talladega here tonight.
Yeah, the Butcher with another good run, but here comes Hayden Wheeler. Wheeler side by side with your race leader. Wheeler trying to take it over right now, does have the race lead. Can he stay there?
That inside lane really good as they come through the corner, Chris. You see that right now the Butcher has a little bit of a lead.
And it is the Butcher at the line. It's going to be. Hayden Wheeler just didn't have enough mo to get there. Oh, who got credited with that? I may have been wrong. Hayden Wheeler was credited with that last lap. Oh my goodness, Hayden Wheeler got there, and it was tight. Lap 56 being worked. Lap 66 is going to be stage number 2 here on the Turn 3 Racing Network. Want to thank everybody for tuning in Make sure to drop these guys a like. They are working double time hard as we go under caution. Caution on the track, and it looks like it may be Brad Collins in the number 22. We're going to go back and find out what happened to the 22 machine. There's the 22 on the inside, being followed by the 46. Oh, the 46 just gets into him. The 46 gets into him, and the 22 goes around. The 46, that's Fred Thompson, had a wicked run and just couldn't woe it up in time. Your race leader, Hayden Wheeler. We're going to kick it on over to Sam Baumgarten, who is adminning this race solo here tonight. We'll check it out.
I mean, he put it in there. 73 hits the brakes.
Pace car coming off too.
22 checks up, 46 in the back of the 22. At least that's all it was, and you know, I mean, didn't take out half the field.
It didn't hurt any. Well, let's see.
Check it up at 3. Pace car is in turn 3.
Hey Fred, if you can see, you can go around.
I think the
What?
I think the 13 might have been trying to get down, try to pit maybe.
Well, that's on the 46, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. All right, guys. And that one, the 73 checks up, 22 checks up, 46 gets into the back of the 22. It's going to be on the 46 EOL, first strike.
All right, so we got the right call, Rick, as the 46 is going to take the EOL. Got the right call as to who started it all, but did not get the right call as I didn't even see Mark Arthur dropping in, and now part of race control here tonight. So good to see him out there trying to take control of this one. This is caution number 1, Rick, for an incident on the track, and it wasn't that bad. It was, you know, a couple of cars involved. Again, we haven't seen the big one when it wasn't intentional. These guys are racing really well tonight.
Yeah, they're doing a fabulous job, Chris. And I mean, it's hard at Talladega. I mean, these cars going 200 plus miles per hour. They're out there doing, you know, I mean, it's massive pack racing. Somebody needs to go into the pits. Maybe somebody just didn't hear it called. I didn't personally hear it called, but you know, something caused those cars to check up. And unfortunate for Fred Thompson, just not able. I mean, these things do not stop on a dime by any means, and just got into the 22.
Well, we're under caution once again from Talladega. We're going to take this opportunity to step away from the mics for just a moment. We're going to be right back. And I gotta apologize for that, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, computer had a little issue there. Coming back live here at Talladega, and Rick, look who is in the lead. Last week's winner, Jason Powell, doing exactly what he said he was going to do, working with Dakota Todd. Dakota Todd in the 63 right behind him.
Yeah, I mean, every good plan. I mean, you know, it's great when things work out, Chris. I mean, here we are, we're on lap 59 of 113, 55 laps left to go. We know that we have the caution coming for stage number 2 shortly. A lot of guys came down pit road, Chris, but some guys came down pit road, but a lot of them stayed out. So things working in favor of the 18, and it's kind of interesting because it reminds me of the 2001 Daytona. Okay, now we know what happened at the end, but in the beginning, Dale Sr. told Michael Waltrip and Dale Jr. that at one point in the race, the 3 of them are going to be leading that race, and that's exactly what happened. So maybe, just maybe, Jason Powell can read the future a little bit.
Well, he is up front right now. Dakota Todd, Jamie Walker, Ian Habiak, and the Shermanator, Corey Sherman, your top 5. Hayden Wheeler back to 6th spot. Aaron Bach over in 7th. Then it's going to be, I think it's going to be Travis McChesney, Terry Foster, Dalton Kilroe as your top 10.
I don't know if you've gone over to Savage Ed's Facebook page, Chris, or onto the website, but Corey Sherman, he's thinking of you, and I think I know what you need for this fall. I mean, obviously, we already have our TRJKarting.com sweatshirts, but the Shermanator has one that has a beer koozie in the front. And it comes with a bottle opener.
Ooh.
So we could be outside with our TRJ Karting ones. If we buy like 3 or 4X large, we have the Shermanator ones that we can put our beer in, and it stays cold, but yet we stay warm.
Alrighty.
I'm just saying, the Shermanator, he's got life figured out, brother. He really does.
Don't get me singing.
And just so you know, Mark, I am listening to the to Race Control, and just let the wife know that I like cheese, so if she wants to send some over, I'm more than happy. Chris is just shaking his head right now.
It's got to be a Vermont cheddar cheese from Cabot.
We could start a business doing that, taking care of all these guys, Chris, giving them good Cabot cheese, maybe some Ben & Jerry's ice cream, some of the great Vermont hard cider that we have around here.
Maple syrup.
Maple syrup.
That Ford Mustang, Rick, it is pulled off. It's heading down pit road. The 63 Dakota Todd is in 2nd spot. The top place, Jason Powell in the 18, going to be restarting to the outside. The 2nd row is the TRJKarting.com drivers of Jamie Walker and Ian Habiak as we get ready to go back to the green flag. Green flag is waving out of the flag stand. Boy, if that wasn't a team restart, I don't know what is. As Jason Powell gets to the inside lane, Dakota Todd doing his job. What a great team move that was.
A great team move, Chris, but there's another powerful team right behind them in the 88 and the 16. That is going to be interesting. Now, we have yet to see Jamie Walker actually lead a lap here besides the one that he was able to when he had to come down pit road and everybody else came down. But now Jamie Walker working that inside lane. Here comes Ian Habiak right behind him. The Shermanator pulls down in front of his teammate. So now you got TRJ Karting, and then you have TNA Motorsports working that inside lane right now. Jason Powell working with his teammate that he talked about, Dakota Todd. Man, this is awesome.
Man, my heart just skipped a beat as the 88 now goes to the front. Jamie Walker leads his first lap of the night, but Corey Sherman almost gave me a heart attack moving down into the bottom lane in front of his teammate, Aaron Bockover.
Hey, listen, the Shermanator solid door, Chris. There's a reason why he's running that number 3, although I got to talk to him because the number 3, obviously Dale Sr., that is the font that he's using. It always needs to attack forward, so he needs to move that and change it so it's moving forward.
Oh,
not
Ty
back.
Morosco
Oh,
gets into the wall. Ty Morosco in the one car, holding it steady. Oh, comes down, and that is going to cause a wreck as the one.
Whoa, 17.
The 92, the 76 of Rick Thompson. We are under caution, and it all started with Ty Morosco. We're going to go back and take a look. We're watching Ty Morosco in that one car. He's following Patrick A. Goes up to the top lane. Now he's got Travis McChesney behind him. And I want to know, Rick, what started this. I saw what happened after, but I don't know what started it, and that's what we're going to look for here.
And one thing to remember too, Chris, we're on lap 63, so the stage racing is very close, and it's 3 wide racing time.
The 85 got into Ty Morosco. Ty did a good job holding it down and then came down, and all hell broke loose here at Talladega. The 92, the 76, the 22 of Brad Collins all involved. Still not the big one, but some heavy damage out there. Rick, as we're going to kick it on over to race control.
Bring out the caution?
Ty didn't bring out the caution because Ty pulled it off the wall, and yeah, people killed him. But what brought out the caution was when Thompson hit D. That was 76 getting into D's.
What?
That was what brought out the caution was Thompson getting into D's.
What?
Yeah.
Telling me Ty didn't bring out the caution?
Ty didn't bring out the caution because Ty pulled it off the wall, and yeah, people killed him. But what brought out the caution was when Thompson hit D's, and it spun Blake around, and then Blake spun Thompson around. It was like a chain reaction.
Hey, cut the chatter, guys.
Make sense?
Yeah, I just watched
Can
it.
you let me down, please?
Well, what caused the caution was 17 coming on, getting onto the apron and coming back up. I don't know. I don't know what to do on that one. You see that?
Yeah, I did see that. Thinking. I don't know, man.
I really can't put that on anybody. So.
Yeah, I'm the guy that hit you because you slid across the track in front of me.
Just gonna have to put
enough with
a racing incident probably on that one. Because they're all checking up for that. Dees goes on the apron, comes back up. Thompson, I guess, doesn't expect that, and then gets into the back of him. So, I don't know. I don't know how to put that on anybody.
It's just a checkup, is what it is.
Yeah.
All right.
Just a racing incident. Just everybody checking up.
I mean, if anybody, you give it to Ty for pulling it off the wall because that's what made everybody check up. Technically.
Yeah. Well, I have said if people pull it off the wall, they'll get the fault.
And that's what started the whole chain reaction. I mean, what do you want to do? Racing incident or Ty?
Just give it to Ty because he pulled it off the wall like that. That was stupid. Held it on the wall for so long and then pull it off right in front of everybody. And you can tell them that's why.
All right, guys. Sorry that one took a little longer. There was a lot going on there. What started that was the one pulling it off the wall down in front of everybody, and then everybody checking up and just happened to get into each other. So that's going to be on the one. That's an EOL and first strike.
All right, so a little bit of a mess there, Rick, as what we saw may not have been what actually brought out the caution, but it was deemed the one's fault for coming off the wall. Everything else kind of just happened in a blur. We showed it a few times. somebody
Yeah, I
was
mean-
coming down or gonna get ready to come down pit road. Another driver was gonna follow, decided not to, came back out on track. Somebody got in behind him. Few cars got tangled up in it. Jason Powell and Dakota Todd, your top two now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, pack racing, Chris, these guys racing, it is getting close to the end of stage number 2. So, you know, a lot of guys are thinking, okay, maybe it's time to go 3 wide. A lot of things happen there. A tough one for race control, but I think they did a good job, and just unfortunate for the cars. They got some damage there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and really nothing you can do to stop it at that point.
No.
It's Talladega, it's pack racing. But what I find interesting is, okay, so Jamie Walker had the race lead. There's one more lap to go before we go back to, or excuse me, to the end of stage 2, and he came down pit road. Stage racing, not the end goal for T&J tonight. They're looking for a win.
Well, I mean, everyone's looking for a win, Chris. I mean, both those cars very strong out there. So, you know, everybody has their own strategy. I mean, this is something that you taught me. I mean, I used to be just balls to the wall. I want to get up towards the front. That's where I want to be. That's where I feel I'm the safest. And then I started listening to you and racing with you. And, you know, you always tell me, let's hang back a little bit until, you know, there's 20, 25 laps left to go. And then we really poured it on, and it worked out for us a bunch of times. And, you know, so everybody has a little different strategy. You can definitely see it out there. And that's, you know, another thing that I love about super speedway racing is that it's always an unknown. I mean, anybody can win. It doesn't matter where you start. The strategies are complex. And, you know, all in all, just a great race here tonight.
Track temperature, Rick, down to 95 degrees. So we're starting to see that cool down happen. Very much akin to what we saw the first time the server was launched. We know we have enough time at this point to finish the race, but that track temperature cooling off going to help those tires out a little bit more. And we're going to see what happens. Now, top 5 drivers, Jason Powell, Dakota Todd, going to be your top 2. Then it's the 3 of Corey, the Shermanator Sherman, hitting that 3rd spot. Hayden Wheeler in 4th. The Dalton Kilroe in 5th spot. Then you've got a couple of TNA drivers. You got Aaron Bockover, Terry Foster, Travis McChesney, who's been running an extremely good race in his 85, is in 8th spot. Patrick Abrahamson is running in 9th. Ryan Wash rounds out the top 10. So a good night here. And we're not done yet, as we are on lap 66, Rick, which means the next time we cross the start finish line, the guy who won last week, after he said we don't talk about him enough, is going to win a stage right here at Talladega.
Well, you know, Chris, I mean, in our defense, we have talked about Powell quite a few times, but you know, we said, well, listen, you know, I was joking with him as we're talking before we went with the broadcast and the grid walk with Terry last week. We said, if you do things, we'll talk about you. Well, let me tell you, he's doing things, okay? That's the first time, well, maybe we've done it one other time, but we don't usually talk to somebody on the track walk or on the grid walk 2 times, you know, within 2 weeks. And we did with Powell tonight. He did a great race at Richmond. He won. We talked to him right before that race. And he won, so we got to talk to him again. But that's all we're talking about. And let me tell you, I love the grid walk with Terry because we get to learn about these drivers a little bit more. I mean, obviously, there's some that are a little bit more friendly than others. You know, they friend us on Facebook. We chat a lot. And but we don't hear about all the little stories. So we actually get a little insight of all these guys. Powell has, you know, he's worked his life through. He's doing amazing things out there. He's a great person. And now he's showing us what he can do, so he wants us to talk about him, so we will. I just think it's really cool that he's like, you know, I'm going to be working with Dakota Todd. They're down there in Powell Racing. In the room, there's only 2 of them, and they're sticking together. Now, it'll be interesting to see. Let's just say that we only have, instead of 48 laps left to go, or 47 laps left to go as they come around the start-finish line, what happens when we only have 3 left to go? Do you think Dakota Todd's going to stick with him?
Yes, because it's not 1 lap to go.
Well, yeah, but let's just saying. I mean, that's when you also taught me that too. You know, hey, you're gonna help me push, but eventually you're gonna be like, okay, Rick, later, I'm out of here, man. Yeah, fun.
All right, it's official. Jason Powell, stage 2 winner. Unfortunately, we are getting ready to go back to the green flag. Can't get a word in with him at this point as the cars are lining up 2 by 2, but congratulations going out to Jason Powell for winning that stage. And man, here we go again. Gonna line them up, Rick. So we've had a couple of cautions now, but we haven't seen that big one, that one that everybody thinks of when we come to Talladega. It's just not been there. These guys have been racing very well tonight, and that's got to be the takeaway for the series. It's got to be the takeaway for the night.
Well, I mean, this is something that you got to think about, Chris. I mean, we've had a little rocky patch in the season. The guys turned around really big time at Richmond. Now here we are at Talladega. Of course, everybody at Talladega, the first thing you think about is the big one. When is it going to happen? It is going to happen. Maybe the biggest one we've seen so far tonight. That's the one that we're going to see. I don't know, but we got to remember something, okay? Mark's telling me to zip it, but I'm not going to do it because this is what I get paid to do, Mark. This is what's going to happen now, Chris. The stages are now done. 3 wide racing is ready to go.
Oh, Lord. Yep, we're going to open up that can. And, yeah, we're going to see. I believe that for the most part, we're going to stay 2 wide. I don't believe that they're after that 3 wide. Pardon me while I was adjusting my microphone, but I think we're going to see 2 wide for a good portion of this. Knowing that 3 wide is available, though, and that's going to open some things up. Who's going to be the first one to jump up there, Rick, do you think?
I don't know, but one thing, see, I'm lucky, Chris, because I'm only the second chair, so I got race control in one ear, and I got you in the other. And they don't want us talking about this, man, but I'm hoping somebody goes 3 wide here tonight. It's Talladega, baby. You got to go 3 wide. Maybe, guys, there's no rule. Make it 4 or 5 wide.
Oh, Lord.
I want to get Mark some Mylanta. I'm going to get him a sponsorship. We already got one for Tim, which we haven't listened to into spotting yet.
Green flag in the air. You're absolutely right. We have not. Jason Powell and Dakota Todd getting it done again here on a restart. Todd doing exactly what he needs to do to go nose to tail with his teammate. Now, though, Powell has a pretty good lead. That's going to let these cars really get some speed up before they get to him.
Now, here's what I'm thinking, Chris. Now, Dakota Todd did exactly what we saw last time, okay? He kind of held the line back to let Powell get in front. Now, the thing that Todd's got to think about is Powell's already locked into the chase. You're not yet.
Yeah, that's
that.
another side of it. Yeah, absolutely. Look at the outside lane, Rick, because oh my heart, here comes Terry Foster in the number 86.
You did it.
He's got Travis McChesney behind him. And oh my goodness, look at Powell come off from the corner. He was squiggling and wiggling in the 63, taking a peek to the inside. Almost went 3 wide there for the first time tonight.
There was some 3 wide racing there.
I didn't see it, so it doesn't count.
Our man Terry Foster making it 3 wide out there in that beautifully painted, very simple, cheap tobacco Chevy. And I see the PBR on the corner panel. I like that.
You should see it, dude. You painted it.
I did.
Jason Powell working that inside lane, regains the lead, but for a moment, Terry Foster was the race leader. Didn't get credited with one. Will he get it at the line? Terry Foster with Travis McChesney behind him. Not going to do it this time by, as Jason Powell has a trunk full of the 63 Dakota Todd pushing him through.
Now, quickly, I'm trying to think, Chris. Have we seen Terry Foster lead a race yet?
You know what? No, we have not. He's been close.
He's been close.
Tonight is going to be the night, Rick. I'm calling it right now. Terry Foster in the 86 on that top side. And he has got a mirror full of the 85. Travis McChesney. McChesney has been doing a great job pushing here tonight. Let's see if he can do it some more with regards to the 86 machine. If he can't, the third car on the bottom lane is the Shermanator, and the Shermanator teammates with that 86 machine. So a vested interest there to try and get Terry Foster up to the front. And this could be it, Rick. Terry Foster crosses the line as your race leader here at Talladega.
There are miracles happening here tonight at Talladega. Chris, Terry Foster leading the pack on the inside lane, pulled down in front of Powell. I wonder what Terry's feeling.
Oh man, I hope he's smiling ear to ear because he's got the race lead.
He is shaking right now. His palms are sweating. He's going, honey, I'm leading a race, honey.
Well, he's got a bunch of other drivers that have also led a race or led the race here tonight, as he is the 9th driver to lead a lap here. And just like that, Travis McChesney comes around and drops down in front of Terry Foster. Foster now has to try and battle back again on that inside lane this time. On the outside, it's Ryan Wash leading the way. He's got Nick Okie right behind him. And Rick Thompson in his 76 on the inside. It's going to be Travis McChesney, Terry Foster, and the 18 car of Jason Powell. I had to see what number it was before I could make the call. The TRJ Karting car separated by 1. Brian Dees on that top lane, the 17, kind of stopping the teammates from working together in that outside lane. But right now, everybody knows the tail, so it doesn't really matter if you're part of the team or not. Rick, if you're the car behind, your job is simple. Push the car in front of you.
Exactly, Chris. I mean, everyone out there, if there's a car behind you, they're your best buddy. Holy cow, Chris. We only got 40 laps left to go once they cross the start-finish line here.
Ladies and gentlemen,
are getting spicy.
Yeah, they are. And I'm going to go ahead and do this, Rick, because we haven't done it for this race. We did it in the prior one. But ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching on a phone, you make sure that that volume rocker is up to 10. If you're on a TV, crank that son of a gun up to 100 because it is time to turn it up.
And if you're Mark Arthur, turn it down.
Rick, I don't know how you feel about it, but I love to blow my eardrums out with a good old-fashioned turn it up. And right now we've got a battle for the lead as Brian D's in the 17 on the inside of Jamie Walker. Walker right now being scored as the race leader. Brian D's on the inside being followed by Rick Thompson trying to take it back over.
I mean, I loved it, Chris, but I was doing a little something different when you were turning it up there a little bit. Of course, I had the broadcast still up, but I had to go back a little bit. The power of the Hammond Hotel. I'm sending over Terry a screenshot so he can put it up on his computer as a desktop background of him leading the pack here at Talladega tonight.
That's awesome. Very, very cool. Of course, we saw some pit stops that were happening under the green flag, Rick, and a lot of drivers came down, but your top 16 drivers still out there on that old set of tires, on that old fuel cell of fuel. So these guys all going to have to come down before the end of it, Rick. When is it going to happen?
Well, you know, that's one of the things, Chris. I mean, you know, the guys that are stuck on the outside lane, very, very tough place to be. I mean, if they want to come down and get tires, they got to try to move their way down. You know, the only way to do that is either A, pass that inside lane, or B, pull off. And very tricky. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what goes on. We have 33 laps left to go, Chris. We know that they cannot make it this far.
And if they come down pit road right now, they can make it to the end. But if they stay out a little bit longer, those tires still going to be fresh. It's a heck of a decision to have to make right now. Jamie Walker going to be your race leader. He is getting a heck of a push right now from Ian Habiuk in the 16 as they start catching some cars that were just down pit road. I believe that is the TNA Motorsports group. As I saw 4 cars, I believe I saw the TNA Motorsports guys up ahead of them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, now they got some work to do, Chris. They got to get those cars up to speed. They're going to be doing it together. And let me tell you, they look pretty good.
Okay, here's an opportunity for the 88 and the 16 to move down. The 16 starts it. That's going to let the 88 come down. Perfect team move right there. These two have not had the opportunity to work together yet, and they are doing it very well here so far at Talladega. But now, Rick, they have caught some traffic that has been down pit road, and they caught them in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, having 5 cars working in a line, Chris, is good, but, you know, when you're coming up pit road, it takes a little while. We've seen it. When the green flag drops, these cars take a while to catch up to speed. That front pack is just moving through, and, oh, boy. Now it's getting busy on track.
3 wide as Brian D's to the outside lane. The 76 of Rick Thompson being scored as your race leader. John Perkins behind him. Then it is Jamie Walker, Ian Habiuk, and the 22 of Brad Collins. Let's keep in mind here, Rick, that at one point the 22 ran out of fuel on pit road. He was able to get some gas in that thing, and look at him go now. The 22 of Collins sitting in 6th spot. And for some of these front runners, they are desperately trying to get around the cars that have already been down pit road. They are going to be looking for service on their cars, Rick. And how are they going to do this? Some of these guys have to go through 2 lanes of traffic just to kind of get there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
The 76, Rick Thompson on the outside lane, your race leader, trying to get around a bunch of guys that have already been on pit road. They have merged nicely with the lead pack, but they all want to stay in front of the 76 as he is the race leader. That inside row, by and large, Rick has been down pit road, had service done, and it was probably just fuel. Oh yeah, it was just fuel looking at their times on pit road. .30 laps to go, make it 29 the next time they pass the start finish line. And Rick Thompson is your race leader. And And Rick Thompson on that outside lane, Rick, is starting to back up a little bit because some of the other drivers are kind of letting it play out, and not a lot of help on that outside lane. The Butcher is up there running in second spot. Brian D's being scored in fourth, but check it out, the 13 of David Bennett being scored in that third spot. He's on the low side. He's actually using these guys that have already come down pit road to try and draft with him, and that's kind of the way to go right now. Look at that. You got 6 cars on the bottom. You got 2 cars nose to tail up top, and Brian D is trying to catch those 2 cars. But right now, the bottom side has the momentum, has the draft in play.
I mean, Talladega never disappoints, Chris, and now things are all mixed up. And it's been like this all night long, and it's just amazing to see. Now, you see TNA Motorsports, they're trying to do everything that they possibly can with this front pack. Man, Rick Thompson looking really good there with the Butcher right behind him. Ooh, Thompson goes up way high, Chris. Now, the Butcher in the middle, as you like to call it, the sucker hole.
Oh, and that's going to change things around quite a bit as they're all working their way around the 92 of Blake Decker. And the Butcher resumes the lead here once again. Let's keep in mind, Rick, that he has led the most laps of anybody here tonight at 27. The 10 car has been very strong, but he is working all by himself on that top lane. No help at all for the Butcher, and you see him starting to back up on track as some of these other drivers are going right around him.
Yeah, one guy that's capitalizing, Chris, that's Rick Thompson, the 76, now retakes the lead here. Ooh, things are getting interesting, buddy. I'm getting all worked up right now.
Yeah, I just scooted myself forward. I'm using about 1/3 of my chair. If anybody needs 2/3 of a chair, you let me know. Here comes your race leaders coming down pit road. Let's keep an eye on it. Make sure that everything's happening good. And everybody gets on the pit road clean. A good job for every single driver coming down pit road. Man, oh man, that was awesome.
That looked cool, Chris, but one thing I'm watching is right now Noah Van Hoot leading the TNA Motorsports drivers around. I'm keeping my eye on these guys. They're sitting back here in 21st position.
There's a lot of things, Rick, that still have to cycle through.
Yes.
But Derek Paulson right now being scored as a race. Oh, he's coming down pit road along with Taylor the Butcher Benjamin. Rick Thompson going to come down. Brad Collins coming down. Kyle Wellman coming down. Ty Morosco, the 33 of John Perkins. Big Bad Brian Dees. They're all getting past and not coming down. I am sorry. They're actually coming off from pit road.
Off pit road, yep.
And look at this. We've got 3 wide, 3 rows back. Oh my goodness. Here we go.
Yep.
They straighten that out relatively quickly. And the guy on top once again, Jason Powell in the 18. Ryan Walsh to the outside. He's got Dalton Kilroe pushing from behind. No question who's pushing Powell. It is Dakota Todd. Those two have been locked together for this entire race. Behind them, it's Hayden Wheeler in the 4. Travis McChesney sitting in that 7th spot, and he is running the top lane. Man. Derek Paulson leading the next group, Rick, and they have got to stay nose to tail. Would love to have a little bit more help trying to capture the top 7 positions, because right now they're just a little further behind. And they just need a little bit more drafting help in order to do it. Brad Collins, Wellman is there trying to help it out, but they have to catch the back bumper first. Behind them, it's going to be Ty Morosco in the 1 car, who was involved in an earlier incident. He ran the wall. That car running surprisingly well for having some damage. The 33 of John Perkins there, and the 17 of Big Bad Brian Dees.
And Paulson leading that second pack, Chris, really starting to suck up to the back bumper there of the 4. They're finally starting to catch a little bit of the tail end of the draft there. And if they push just a little bit more, they're definitely going to come into play.
Josh Kane saying, hey, I'll take that other 2/3 of a seat. I'll ship it out to you, bud. I'm not using it anyway. That'll be $492. I need a new chair anyway.
Mr. Kane could use it, you know. I mean, him and I, we've been doing a lot of Call of Duty. It's been a pleasure playing with Mr. Kane. We miss you out here on track where we understand what's going on in the real world, buddy. Thanks for hanging out with us here on the Turn 3 Racing Network. And of course, that goes out to all our fans here. Thanks for hanging out with us for this outstanding race here tonight from Talladega, Chris.
It's been a great race, and let's keep in mind, this is actually the second race we're doing here tonight because we started off at Talladega with incorrect settings. We had to start the whole thing over, Rick. We had already done about 20 laps, and everybody decided it wasn't going to work. No lights here at Talladega, so we had to reset, regroup, and it has been worth every single second. Right now, Ryan Wash, your race winner, he drops down in front of the 18 of Powell, and that leaves the 41 with Nick Okie on the outside lane trying to get to the front. Is Dalton Kilroy, your stage 1 winner, tries to lead again, and he has got an uphill battle. Oh, he does it. The 68 maybe helping him out.
Oh, look at Okie following Dalton Kilroy down on that inside lane, Chris. That was outstanding.
That, my friend, is a team working together. Lost Cause Racing, Nick Okie, Dalton Kilroy, and Ryan Wash working very well together to try and take control, and they have done that as they are the first 3 cars on the inside. Travis McChesney is the 85 on the outside, being followed by teammates Derek Paulson and Taylor the Butcher Benjamin. The Butcher has led the most laps here tonight at 27. McChesney, no slouch, he's led 13, along with Dalton Kilroy, who's led 13, Rick. So this is gonna get tight and in a hurry. It's coming down to fuel strategy, and these guys up front have got it going on with 21 laps to go. They were last down pit road about 18 laps ago. That is going to be a tall order trying to save fuel, and they can do it in the draft. They just have to be very careful about how they're getting into the throttle, how they're coming off the throttle. The one guy that can't do anything about his position, the 41 of Dalton Kilroy.
Well, that's the thing, and I mean the throttle doesn't really come into much of a play, because I mean you really want to be on the gas. Now obviously if you're following somebody, you are able to get off the throttle just a little bit, and that does help save fuel. So when you're sitting there following somebody, it's not bad to let them make that big hole in the air, that's for sure.
Josh, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll play some COD together at some point, and we'll call it even. So Dalton Kilroy is still your race leader. That outside lane trying to form up as Kyle Wellman drops. Well, he doesn't drop. No, he goes all the way up, but he's going to lose a lot of spots here, Rick, because nobody going with him. And Brad Collins now gets underneath. Brad Collins goes around, and here comes John Perkins. Perkins looking to get around him in the 33. He does. Kyle Wellman finally gets in the line. Ty Morosco behind them, looking to try and figure out which way he wants to go. He decides he's going to stay on the top lane. More cars up there, Rick. Should be a little bit quicker if they can form up. And they do not, because the final 3 cars in that top lane kind of split it up. Brian Dees goes down to the inside along with Ty Morosco. That leaves Wellman to lose a little bit more ground on the track.
And 19 laps left to go, Chris.
Teen 8 Motorsports Camp coming off from pit road. Is that going to be the winning strategy here, Rick?
It's going to be interesting, Chris. I mean, I don't know what's going on anymore. There's so many different strategies going on right now. All I know is it's going to be interesting.
And what we know for sure, Dalton Kilroy, your race leader, Travis McChesney, just took it over. And then Kilroy back around. Trying to keep up with lead changes here at Talladega is damn near impossible. Oh, we've got a break off. A lot of cars coming down pit road, including your race winner or leaders. And that is going to leave Derek Paulson along with his teammate Taylor the Butcher Benjamin out there to try and lead. Butcher gets that one, cuts down in front of his teammate Derek Paulson. On the top side, it is Rick Thompson being followed by, geez, I didn't even see the number. I think it's Brad Collins in the 22. Yep.
And of course, the 33, John Perkins, making his presence known there.
Rick Thompson drops down to the inside. Rick Thompson now your race leader. Brad Collins and the 33 of John Perkins are stuck on that outside lane. I'll let you and Josh argue about who's better with the RPG.
The first night that we got to play, Chris, he's like, man, you're good with that thing. And ever since he said that, I stink at it now. So maybe I passed it down to the master.
Isn't that how it happens?
It is. You know, it's okay. As long as we have fun, that's all that matters. And lots of things going on out track, Chris. We have a new race leader as of right now. The 22, Brad Collins, takes the lead on the outside lane, followed by the 33 of John Perkins and Rick Thompson kind of behind them right now. You have the top flight crew of Derek Paulson and the Butcher trying to run and bring Ty Morosco around in the 17 and Brian Dees on the outside lane.
16 laps to go, make it 15 as the leader crosses the start finish line. That's Brad Collins in the number 22. Add him to the list of leaders here tonight, and there have been plenty, Rick.
There's been so many, my list stopped populating.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
This is awesome.
Top flight, nose to tail on the top side. It is Derek Paulson and the Butcher, Taylor Benjamin, and then behind them, Ty Morosco, who at one point tonight was in the wall, Rick, and I barely see any damage on that one car somehow. Brian Dees behind him on that top lane. On the inside lane, it's Brad Collins being followed by the 33 of John Perkins. Perkins trying to push. The 46 stays up high. Lets all the race leaders go on by. Oh, Derek Paulson drops down to the inside. This is going to be a move to try and get the Butcher up, I believe. Not too late to help out a teammate at this point, Rick. And the 10 going to try and take advantage of it. We're going to see if that works out. These guys running nose to tail so tight.
Man.
You see what Josh wrote.
Oh, yeah. We know the commentator curse is real, but you got to talk about the leaders, you know?
Well, if we're going to do that, we're going to talk about Taylor the Butcher Benjamin, who so far tonight has led 28, mark it 29 laps. As he crosses the start-finish line, the Butcher has been strong all night long with a little help from his teammate, the 6 of Derek Paulson. Paulson has been extremely strong as a pusher here tonight as we go 3 wide. And the guy in the sucker hole, the 17, that's big bad Brian Dees. And he is all by himself in the middle lane, Rick. That's not going to work for anybody.
Now you can see the 17 starting to fall back, Chris. Now, obviously, he does have a little bit of side draft help, but it's not going to be enough, and he moves down on the inside behind Ty Morosco. Ooh, the 10 and the 6 breaking off to come down pit lane, bringing Ty Morosco and Brian Dees.
Man, that's going to be big. That's huge.
Oh, Brian Dees killed the cone. We'll give him the Cone Killer Award.
Who can stay out? Who can keep running? We focus our attention on Brian McRae. He's being followed by Hank Caston in the 5 car. Do they have to come down? His teammates just did. McRae stays out. McRae looking to try and add his name to the list of leaders here tonight. He does.
And he does it. He came down 15 laps left to go, or 15 laps to go. So I'm thinking the 35 might be good. We only have 12 laps left of this race here tonight.
Well, we've got the 35, Brian McRae, the 5, Hank Caston, David Bennett in the 13, running in third spot. Then it's the 55 of Corey Rutherford. First time we've called his number out tonight, and doing a fantastic job at that. The Butcher is back out on track, Rick, and he is running in 5th spot. I got to question that a little bit.
Yeah, my scoring's kind of locked. It's showing him in 4th, but so isn't Corey Rutherford. So we got 2 4s. Hopefully it'll work its way out. Now, just trying to look here. Brian McRae, now 16 laps. He definitely has enough to go the final 11 laps, Chris. And I'm looking at Hank Caston, David Bennett, both went down pit road 38 laps ago. It's going to be close for those two.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to make it, I don't think. I can't even do the math in my head right now, but what we know for sure, the 35 is up front. Brian McRae leading the way. He's the competition director here at Blazing Pedals. We heard his voice a little bit earlier trying to knock down the chat in the race server when we were listening in on the admins, but now the 35 out there leading the way. Will Brian McRae be able to hold on for the race lead? Can Hank Caston get around? Can the 13 of David Bennett get around? There's a lot of questions to be asked here with 10 laps to go.
Man, I don't know, Chris. This is really interesting.
Rick, let's keep in mind too, and not that I want to bring it out by any stretch of the means, but really, we have not seen the big one here tonight. 9 laps to go. These drivers are definitely minding their P's and Q's here tonight. The admins, the race control, the competition director have got to have a smile on their face, because this has been exactly what these guys have needed for a little while.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And what better track to do it at than Talladega, Chris, where you know that usually there's a big one that happened. Now, maybe the big one did happen already. You know, only took out a couple cars, but they were able to race back. It's something that we don't know. My thing is, we got 9 laps left to go, soon to be 8. At what point do you have no friends out there?
One to go.
1 to go?
Yep. 1 to go. Coming out of turns 3 and 4 is when you start knocking bumpers, and then you just say, oops. Sorry about that. Ian Habia gonna go a lap down to your race leader. There's the caution. That's what I was expecting to see. Caution flag out, and it may have involved the 9 of Nick Okie. Let's go back and take a peek. Nick Okie running in the top groove, just under him, the 1 of Ty Morosco. Oh, netcode. I'm calling it right now. Netcode on the 9 machine as he goes around. There was no contact there whatsoever. The caution comes out, and man, totally lame, unfortunately, for Nick Okie, who was having a great night. We're going to go over to race control.
Anyway,
well, yeah, that's one of them situations where, yeah, it's netcode, but yes, he is going to hit him anyway, because well, it's registering that he's going to hit him just because of how fast he
aggressive he comes up.
Yeah. So it registers it.
So I mean, yeah, we would call that netcode, but since he came up so much, I mean, it's prediction code is what it is. I mean,
yeah.
He was predicting they were going to hit, and Ty, I don't know why he would wash up in the drivable like that, but
yeah, he pushed up a lot.
Yeah, it might have. Oh, did he hit the apron there? Let me see.
Looks like pace car.
No, he's just on the yellow line. He didn't hit the apron.
Yeah, I
He
was
just washed up.
hit them bumps and washed up.
All right.
And part of that's because of his damn Macintosh he plays on.
Well, let me go ahead and hand it out. So.
Yeah.
All right, guys, that one was between the 1 and the 9 coming through the trioval. That one is the 1. Pushes up the track. There was a little bit of net code, but for how much he moved up, it's going to be put on the 1. And that's going to be a black flag, second strike.
All right, so we're getting the call that it was the number 1. And Rick, this changes absolutely everything.
Yes. As you see, Brian McRae came down pit road, Chris, in his pit stall, getting that splash and go of Sunoco racing fuel.
And would you look at this, Rick? We have another first-time leader here tonight in Kyle Wellman, the 42. We are not done yet here tonight from Talladega, and I do want to thank everybody for coming on out and watching here on the Turn 3 Racing Network. You are watching the TRJKarting.com Blazing Pedals K&N series. TRJKarting.com is your #1 online source for karting components, engines, and safety gear. They have a huge selection for the novice to the professional and a dedicated section for sim racers. No matter how you do it, your desire and passion to go fast fuels them. Their focus is to put their customers into victory lane. Make sure to check them out at trjkarting.com and give them a like on Facebook. Make sure you do support Tim. He does a fantastic job supporting this league, and I couldn't imagine saying any other sponsor other than trjkarting.com for the Blazing Pedals. Rick, the two go hand in hand.
Yeah, they absolutely do, Chris. And I mean, there's a lot of things out there. If you're not into kart racing, Tim has a lot of different things. He's got some awesome shirts. I mean, everything that I bought from him, Chris, have been through the wash hundreds of times. And every single one of them, the logos and everything on there, the screen printing is top notch. Obviously, if you are a sim racer, pick yourself up some gloves. You know, a lot of these wheels, and especially now, if you're buying it now, man, I mean, this stuff is expensive. So you want to take care of those wheels. And a lot of the coverings do require gloves to keep them looking halfway decent. I got myself a set. I got my Alpine racing shoes that I love. Of course, all my shirts, my t-shirts, my hat is my favorite hat that I wear. My poster up on the wall. And my Uniline box cutter. Nobody else gets that. That's a personal favorite of mine. It's a one-off out of the box of 300. But
I mean, you think? We're gonna have to ask Tim how many Uniline box cutters he's missing.
Only one.
Only one.
It's on my desk.
There you go. Under caution here with 5 laps to go as your race leader, Kyle Wellman, goes across the stripe, starts and finish line. And man, I'm telling you, Rick, I'm just thinking in my head, you know, I already came in, I said that, look, it's going to change everything. Here's one more thing it's going to change. Team orders.
Yeah.
Are you going to work with your teammate now? Can you work with your teammate now? You can't fall back into a position if somebody's behind you to then work with them. You've got to be thinking, go forward. There's no other way to go but forward. With these 5 laps to go, it's going to be 3 laps to go, I believe, when we get going back under the green here from Talladega.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Chris, I mean, I think team orders are out the window. You know, if you are a team member and somebody's pushing you, obviously everybody wants to win the race. And I don't know. I mean, if you're a little further back, yeah, of course you're going to work with your team member, try to get them up towards the front. But if that happens, it's go time. I mean, there's no more time out on the track. I mean, 3-lap shootout, it's going to go quick. And it's going to be every driver for themselves.
As we go up through the field, we see a lot of past leaders here marred back about halfway through the field. And we keep in mind, you know, a lot of drivers here had some very good laps here tonight. And I'm gonna put a hat on Travis McChesney. He had a great race here tonight, and right now being scored in seventh spot. I'm gonna also put another hat on the number 18, because again tonight he has been impressive. And man, I don't know. Who do you got, Rick?
At this point, Chris, I mean, honestly, it could be anybody. I mean, that's the cool thing about Talladega. Somebody makes a mistake. I mean, now all the pressure's on. You know, you only have a few laps left to go before the checker flag waves. Nobody wants to, you know, cause. We haven't seen the quote unquote big one yet. Maybe we have. We just don't know it. If we haven't, then it's going to get crazy. I mean, these next few laps, I don't know, man. I mean, there's Dalton Kilroe. He's right there in second. He's got Ryan Wash. You got, I don't know, man. The thing is you got to think about it, Chris. You know, here we are. What is this? The 11th race of the season so far. If you look, the 88 has won a handful. Dalton Kilroe pretty much won a handful. There's very few drivers that are already locked into the chase. Everybody wants to win this thing, man.
Well,
come on up, Mark. I'm sorry, I gotta laugh because race control's in my other ear. Doesn't want us talking about the big one, but it's gonna happen. Green, white, checker 3 times.
It's certainly possible, but
I don't know.
I mean, I would hate to see it at this point, Rick, because they've been so good all night long here at Talladega. I don't want to see that. I mean, I can get one. Okay, I get that. But 2, 3 restarts? No, let's not do that. Let's get through this thing and be the group of drivers that you are and have been all night long, because this has been honestly one of the best super speedway races I've seen here on iRacing, and I don't want that to get ruined. It's been amazing. It's been a lot of fun, and we're not done yet because pace car lights are off. We're getting set to go back to the green flag. It's going to be 3 laps to go. If these guys can keep their heads on their shoulders, this is going to be the finish of a lifetime, and it could be anybody winning this race still. I'm talking from 15th on back. Let's remember what Dale Sr. was able to do, Rick, with 4 laps to go. He was able to come from 15th spot all the way up to win the damn race. And I'm telling you, this one is not done.
No, not by any means. I mean, I know it'd be kind of safe to say maybe the 42, the 68, the 41, the 10, the 6, they're all right there. But it could be anybody. It could be the Shermanator back there. It could be Ian Hayden. You just never know.
This is why we run the laps.
Exactly.
Getting ready to go back to the green flag. Kyle Wellman, your race leader, on the inside, has a little bit of a lead. The 41 hanging back, maybe just to kind of keep in touch. And we are back under the green flag here from Talladega. 3 laps to go, Rick.
3 laps left to go, and I know exactly what Dalton is doing, and we're seeing him. He's going to pull in behind the 68 of Ryan Wash, his teammate out there, to try to help him out. I mean, obviously, you want your teammates with you right now, Chris. I mean, the 10 and the 6, they're happy on the outside lane because they're together. This is going to get interesting.
The 68 of Ryan Wash moves to the outside. He's getting pushed by the 10, the 41, excuse me, of Dalton Kilroe. Kilroe trying to help his teammate out. Kilroe has already been locked in the chase. Is tonight Ryan Wash's chance to lock himself into the chase? The outside lane is coming strong. It's the Butcher and the 6 of Dalton, Paulson.
Yep.
And again, we are not done yet. Look at this. We're running almost 4 wide back there, Rick. Holy cow. Look at the gaggle of cars we got going on. Jamie Walker on the inside. He's got Terry Foster, Brad Collins on the outside. He's following Corey Sherman in the 3. And this is just getting tough to keep up with. We're still 3 wide.
Honestly, right now, Chris, I just want to see. I don't know. I mean, there's so much stuff going on right now. Look at Terry Foster on the way outside.
4 wide in the second row. The 76 goes around. Terry Foster gets into it. We are under caution here from Talladega.
You're welcome, Mark.
Oh, Lord. A lot of sheet metal ends up on track. Let's go back and take a peek. Terry Foster up into the wall. The 44 comes across his nose. There's going to be a team meeting about that, Rick, as all hell breaks loose, including the 46 and a bunch of others. Oh my goodness. Let's go back one more time. Terry Foster in that top lane behind Brad Collins in the 22. Foster gets a little touch from Kyle Wellman, and he tries to stay up in the wall. The 44 comes up into him, and there was some action happening behind them, Rick. I do not want to be up in that admin booth, but we're going to go check it out and see what they say.
Oh, they're actually calling it now, Chris. 13 the 13 to 76.
Hey, Mark.
Yep.
You going here?
I said green, white, checkered. Where's Byron when you need him?
I think we, this is all on Rick.
I believe
slow on the
it's all on me.
I believe they're blaming you, Rick.
Come on up, Mark. You said you were going to come up here and do something, so I'll buy you a beer, buddy.
It's all Rick's
you like
fault.
PBR.
It's all Rick's fault. They're saying it again.
all Rick's fault
for that too.
And again. So, Rick, I'm pretty sure that this time it was your fault. Which is good because I don't have to take credit.
No. I mean, you were the one who was talking about the big one more than me, but hey, it's all good.
That still wasn't a big one. That's the amazing thing.
Like I said, we got a couple green, white checkers here coming up.
All right, well, we're going to step away for just a moment to set up that green, white checker. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back here on the Turn 3 Racing Network. Welcome back here to the Turn 3 Racing Network. Josh taken care of. Don't worry about that, brother. I got you covered. Green, white, checkered attempt number 1 going to be coming around the corner, and your race leader going to be the 68 machine of Ryan Wash. Behind him, Dalton Kilrow. And man, Rick, we may not be done yet. I'm gonna put it out there. We may not be done yet.
No,
I don't want it. I don't want it though. That's the thing. I want this thing to finish.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say, Mark, can you restart the server again?
No.
Oh, I would be okay with that. I'm ready to go. Now, here's my question. Okay, you got the 4 to go number 68 out there. Hit him up on Twitter, of course. My question. Okay, now you know that Dalton is already locked in to the chase.
Yeah.
Okay, so he wants to try to get his teammate up there, win. I get that. But Ryan Walsh, he's missed a couple of races. Is he going to be, if he gets locked in, what's he going to do? I mean, he's going to do some more racing?
Well, he's going to be forced to, isn't he? I mean,
I think so.
I know one thing for sure. He's going to take the outside. And here's the other side of this, right? Row 1. Hold on.
I'm holding.
Row 1, you have Lost Cost Racing. Row number 2, you have Top Flight Computers Racing.
Yeah. I mean, it could be anybody. I think it's starting to get dark, Chris. I don't know if we're going to be able to finish these next 2 green-white checkers. I think we need to start all over again. I love Talladega, man.
Stop it. Just be
yes,
done
Mark,
with that.
I do. I had to put a dip in, man. I mean, you have to do it. Half a can. Just so you know, Mark, half a can. I'm ready to go. I want to go with some more.
You, my friend, are an animal. And
I've had
it needs
3
to
energy
stop.
drinks. 3 energy drinks, and now I have a half a jaw of dip. Okay. Number 1, I want to be part of the Alabama game. I should be. And they made a movie about me here at this track.
Talladega Nights.
Yeah. Well, shake and bake.
Shake and bake.
Easy there, Mr. Arthur. Let's get her done. I'm ready to get this done, Chris. I don't know who it's gonna be. It's gonna be good.
We're gonna find out very soon as we go to the green, white, and checkered attempt number 1. Just to fill you in, time and scoring will not update until the cars pass the start finish line. We're gonna try and keep you as best as we can. We're gonna keep you up to date to the running order, but do keep in mind that scoring and timing will not update until these drivers go across the start finish line. I don't know, Rick. I don't even know who's going to win at this point.
It's going to be.
There have
Corey
been
Sherman.
times when I'm like, okay, I know who's going to win this race.
It's going to be Corey Sherman, the Shermanator, with the 88 right behind him.
So you're going for the 3 car, who's currently sitting in 8th spot.
I'm praying for Dale to help out the Shermanator right now, but if the Shermanator wins, he has to change his spot to the forward-facing 3.
Okay.
And I will buy 3 shirts from Savage Edge.
Oh,
I'm just saying. I'm calling it now.
All right. All I've got to say is, after our scheduled regular distance has been far surpassed here tonight due to a server issue, here we are, Rick. We've got 24 drivers on the lead lap, and I'm not going to put it past any of them. They can all win. I give up. Pace car is down on pit road. The 68 of Ryan Walsh on the inside, your race leader. His teammate, the 41 of Dalton Kilroy, to the outside. Behind them, it is the Taylor, the Butcher Benjamin, and Derek Paulson in row number 2, picking up 3 and 4. We're getting back ready to go to the green flag. The 68 hits the loud pedal, and we are off again. Look at the Butcher. He is all over the back bumper. Paulson trying to get to the 41.
Oh boy.
Rick, I can't even talk.
No, I'm very excited right now, Chris.
I've lost my ability to talk. Okay, I'm going to get it back because we've got Derek Paulson on the outside, pushing the 41. The 41 is actually out in front of his teammate, Derek. Oh, we're going around again. Oh, this one's big. There goes the 3 car. He's involved in it. Oh, this is not good. This is not good. We've got some blinking concerns. I mean, oh my goodness, look at the carnage out there. That, Rick,
I say we're going to be having a green, white checker.
We're gonna go back, take a peek at that. We go 3 wide. Heck, we go 4 wide right there. The 85, McChesney gets into 3, and that starts it all up. Let's go on over and listen in to Mark and Sam.
Oh, they're all disappearing.
I mean, why is he riding like that?
Well, you finally got what you wanted, you penises.
Who do you put that
You're
on?
gonna end up.
Watching
Ryan,
it.
can you tell me if I got damage?
I'd say McChesney all day on that one. I mean,
Watching it.
Oh, going from fifth all the way back to whatever.
Did someone just dump me?
I don't know. It looks like Corey.
Getting dark.
Looks like McChesney's right on that white line, and Corey keeps coming down.
Seeing a lot of people blinking. I don't know if it's me or what.
yeah, I'd go with that.
with their hoods up too.
Put on Corey.
Like he was trying to block, like trying to scare him into not doing it, and you watch him drop even below the car that's in front of him.
All right, guys, what started that was the 85 into 3. 3 comes down on the 85 and basically started the whole chain reaction there. That's going to be on the 3 EOL first strike.
Ian, do I have any damage on the back?
All right, so, well, first
There
of
we
all,
go.
Rick, I think we were called names.
I think we were too.
And second, they're calling it on the 3. So Corey Sherman going to get the EOL, but I don't think it's going to matter, Rick, is that car heavily damaged.
I got dibs on the hood. that would look really good. Corey Sherman, if you can make a hood that I can hang up on my wall, I would be very happy.
Now you're saying
be the-
hood, not hoodie, right?
Hoodie, that's right, a hood. There's got to be a way that he can make a hood that I can hang up on my wall.
All right, well, let's change the information around because green, white, checkered attempt number 2 is
That's
right
it.
around the corner.
I told you, it's Christmas and my birthday all wrapped into one double header here at Talladega. So far, 2 of the 3 green, white checkers. We got one more to go, Chris.
It's
just
not
saying,
going to
Mark.
happen, Rick.
Mark's
It's not
saying we
gonna-
have one more to go.
No, it's not going to happen. We can't allow that to happen here tonight. These guys
Chris
have been
is out of beer.
so good.
He's tired, and I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
First of all, let me correct you. I am never out of beer.
I've seen you out of beer. I mean, yes, okay, you live next to a store, and I think that was on purpose.
Uh-huh.
And I think it's a 24-hour store too, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Yes. And unlike
think
a
we
lot
should
of
start
states,
over
we
again.
can go anywhere, anytime, get beer. It's great.
Yeah. I think we start the server over again and do it all over again.
Look, Rick, it's almost 11 o'clock. It's time. We're going to
I'm
get this
not-
thing done.
I'm not sleeping tonight.
I know that to be true. You know what you could do for me tomorrow, though? You could work on some graphics.
Okay.
You know, when you get up at it, like, I don't know what time you get up.
Noon. Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, once again at Talladega International Speedway. Best racetrack.
It is a good track. It's 2.65 miles, and man, we're not done yet. And now I'm blaming you, Rick. It's definitely your fault.
Listen, we got 22,000 people watching here on YouTube, Chris. I am very excited. It's been great. Thank you to all the fans. And we just came here not to disappoint, man.
I'll tell you, the stands are full here at Talladega. Everybody's standing. Everybody anticipating the end of this one. It's going to happen this time, Rick. There's no question about it.
Is Dalton Kilroy going to pull out number 5? That is my question.
Man, if he does, oh Lord. He was happy enough when he won the first stage.
Yeah. I like the sounds of that. I do. I on both ends, Mark and Dalton winning. It's going to be interesting because Ryan Walsh right there.
Well, we're going to go for attempt number 2. And there have definitely been some names that are taken out. Rick, right now being scored a lap down. Corey Sherman, Jason Powell, last week's winner. Jamie Walker being scored 1 lap down. Travis McChesney on pit road. Boy, oh boy, the carnage is starting to happen. As only the top 17 drivers on track.
Look who's sitting in 7th, Chris. 16, Ian Habiuk.
Somehow he stayed out of that last wreck. His teammate, Jamie Walker, not that lucky, unfortunately. I think this time by, though, the pace car lights should be going out, I believe. I haven't been really keeping track of how many laps it's been under caution.
Oh boy, I just got a message from crew chief Tim Habiuk. Shotgun 2 Busch lattes, ate a 6-inch Jimmy John sandwich, and put a couple laps on a roll of Charmin.
Oh boy.
I want a Jimmy John sandwich, man.
We don't have one of those up here, bud.
I know. Road trip.
Cars are lining up 2 by 2, getting ready to go back under the green flag for green, white, checkered attempt number 2. Your race leader, the 41 of Dalton Kilroe. Ryan Walsh going to be on the inside in 2nd spot. Behind them, it's Derek Paulson, Taylor the Butcher Benjamin, Kyle Wellman, Noah Van Hoot, Ian Habiuk, Timer Roscoe, Big Bad Brian Dees, and Corey Rutherford in the 55, rounding out the top 10. And then we start seeing the damage model that is out there, Rick. And you see the 44 with some heavy damage, the 35 on the outside lane, the left front tire very exposed. So some of these cars have got some serious damage. It's now in Boston, huh, Josh? Okay. So 4 hours, Rick. I think we can do it in 3.5 if we leave soon.
Yeah, you know, I'm ready.
I know you aren't. You're driving.
Okay.
I'm sleeping. Just get me back for work in the morning. We'll be all set.
No problem.
All right. Pace car lights are off. Going through turns 3 and 4. Pace car is going to drop down below that yellow line. Jamie Walker is okay. That's good. Didn't have the night he was looking for, unfortunately. Sitting on that pit road. And the pace car is off. We're getting ready to go back under the green flag. Dalton Kilroe waiting for the flagman. His teammate to the inside, Ryan Walsh. Walsh looking to try and win one here tonight to try and lock himself in, Rick. This is going to be it. This is the green, white, checkered attempt number 2. As we get back under the green flag and look at the 41 go. Rick, I think he wants to win number 5.
You know, at this point, Chris, yeah, I think he does.
Derek Paulson with an aggressive move in front of Van Hoot. Van Hoot had his nose taken off by the 6 car, but teammates running nose to tail. The 41 in the race lead. The 68 of Ryan Walsh trying to get there, the outside lane, starting to stack up. The 10 now gets down in the bottom lane. The Butcher trying to win one here in the late stages of this event. As he does get around the 41 of Dalton Kilroe, it is the Butcher that's going to lead this one, I believe. Although, here we go, the 41 coming back on the outside. This one not done yet. Dalton Kilroe looking to try and lead. The white flag is out.
Wow. I don't even know, Chris. I mean, there's so many things going on right now. Dalton very fast on that outside lane with Paulson pushing him. He doesn't want to let that 6 and 10 get together. Oh, boy.
This might be it, Rick. Oh, the 6.
Look
Derek
at
Paulson
Paulson.
jumps out to the outside lane,
Whoa.
trying to get around the 41 wiggles. The 68 and 10 lock bumpers. And the 10 of Taylor the Butcher Benjamin looking strong. We're 4 wide once again. They break it back down to 3.
Oh, no, the 68.
Oh boy.
Oh, and the
the
41
41 goes around. And Ian Abiuk in it. And oh my goodness, it looks like the Butcher. I don't know if they're going to call that the race or not. I don't know. Right now, if it is done, it's the Butcher, Casey Campbell, and Kyle Wellman, your top 3, if it stands.
There's no yellow, Chris. Taylor got it, buddy. Race control just called it.
Taylor the Butcher Benjamin, your race winner tonight. Casey Campbell, Kyle Wellman, your top 3. Unbelievable. Rick, I told you that was going to be it.
That was awesome.
Do you know why that was it, Rick? Because there was hardly any cars left that could go after that last one. Holy cow. What a night here from Alabama. Talladega Super Speedway providing all of the action that I can handle. As the Butcher locks up those front tires and she starts spinning her down. The Butcher, tonight's race winner, locks himself into the chase. A good job out of him tonight. Again, a good job out of Casey Campbell, Kyle Wellman finishing in the top 3. Rick, we're going to step away for just a moment. We're going to get the post-race interviews set and ready to go. We'll be right back.
I knew I had Derek up there to, in case like I made a move. I knew he was probably going to go with me if he needed to, and I knew me and him were in a better gas situation than Dalton and Ryan. So I know he was in good position that way too. But just yeah, fortunately, Dalton picked the top and was able to push him clear of Ryan and got myself clear so I can get underneath him. You know, just I hated to see all the cars get wrecked out behind me, but at the same time, it's been a long time coming for me in this league. So many close calls a year ago in particular, and a few this year, but finally got one.
Yeah, we've kind of been, you know, listen, last year we watched you and you came so close so many times, and then this year you've been there. You were actually doing very good in the points, but now you've got that sealed chase event. It's got to feel good going into the rest of the season, right?
Oh, absolutely, and have a little more like leeway to try to take more gambles. Now that I know points, I mean points are still important as far as like seeding, but I can maybe take a chance in case like say next week per se at Dover, if I'm not running that good, maybe gamble on tires late or something. So
yeah, definitely.
And that's what Jamie and Dalton have been able to do since they got all those wins in their back pocket. But man, I'm out of breath if you can tell. I'm just so happy to finally get that monkey off my back.
Oh, it's great to see you out there. I mean, we've called your name numerous times, and leading has never been the problem. It's always been the finish. And tonight here at Talladega, you finally got it done. Bud, who do you got on the 10 that you got to thank tonight?
Definitely got to thank Brian McRae and Derek Paulson for I mean, we just worked together flawlessly. Even in the first race that had to get like the first session where it was too dark in qualifying, we just banked them. And so I knew even from then, even if we weren't going to be together in the real race, I guess you'd call it, I mean, we were just on the same page all night long with everything we were doing with our pit stops, with our strategy as far as like going to the back and stage points and all that stuff. So just definitely big hats off to them. Hats off to Kyle Wellman too, because he seemed pretty committed to me, or committed to all of us, regardless of where we were going to go. And definitely a shout out to Sam and Mark for putting up with our shenanigans each and every week, and you guys in the booth for putting on an awesome show, and the viewers of Turn 3 Racing Network for tuning in. It wouldn't be, if we didn't have the viewers, this wouldn't be possible. So thank them as well.
Well, you covered it very, very nicely there, Taylor, and we do appreciate that, bud. Congratulations once again for getting that monkey off your back, coming across the start-finish line in first spot. Too. You got a T-shirt too. There you go, buddy.
Right.
There you go. Tim, send this man a T-shirt. It is about time, and I want to thank you once again, Taylor. You have yourself a great night. Go down and celebrate, brother.
Oh, thank you very much, guys.
All right, that's the Butcher bringing it home in first spot tonight, Rick, and it has been a long night, and we are long overdue, or at least I am long overdue to get into that bed, get ready to go for tomorrow during the work week. I want to congratulate once again your top three: Taylor the Butcher Benjamin, Casey Campbell in the 73, and Kyle Wellman in the 42, bringing it home in third spot tonight. Rick, it was an exciting night.
It definitely was, Chris. I mean, Talladega did not disappoint here tonight. I'm glad to be here in the booth with you.
Yeah, and for everybody here at Turn 3 Racing Network, look, we want to thank every single one of our fans for coming out and supporting us the way you do. We really do appreciate it, and we look forward to doing this for a very, very long time here on the Turn 3 Racing Network. For Rick, this is Chris, and you've been watching the TRJKarting.com Blazing Pedals K&N series right here on the Turn 3 Racing Network. Good night, everybody.